moments from him, with Tyrius and Story kind of just keeping up appearances as well there. You know, I don't know where this leaves us, Hugo, as we get ready to head to Ancient. How are you feeling about it?
Liquid have to win this series now, I think. Either they were going to come in, they were going to bomb out, and we were going to go, yeah, well, they lost the RMR, they just flew here, fair enough.
Here I am.
Well, now they've proven they can actually hold on to a game and you stop the comeback, right? I don't want that to be for nothing. I think if they're going to just take that map away in the fashion that they did and shut down a red-hot Aros Dosse.
Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi.
Now on what is another comfortable map, I would say it's probably their second best map right now. Inferno is their home choice. The only issue with Ancient is, like, similarly to Inferno, they're playing it in NA, they're wrecking everyone. They have actually fielded a couple of losses to North American squads on this map, so they are not unbeatable by any means.
Here it is.
They still don't have a huge amount of
Ancient for map 3. I didn't showcase or stream for map 2 or 1. Map 1 I woke up to. Watched them kind of get their ass whooped. Map 2, I kind of watched them slowly deteriorate in that second half. Until the point that they were able to do some form of recovery, thankfully. But I'm really stressed for this Liquid team heading into like actual RMRs. Like it's just not a lot to really be proud of.
Yeah, I feel alright for Saw coming into this one, if I'm honest. I think you are pretty comfortable with knowing that like you push Liquid to their very limits on a map that you're not like super keen on playing yourselves, and on top of
and that was the second point, was that Inferno was in a Liquid pick that was maximized by this Saw team.
I still have a very good feeling for Saw here, and you know, I hope that for Liquid on the other side, I've seen Twist just looking out of it in this series and look a little bit like mad as a result. You know, I think he knows he's underperforming, and he's someone who puts a lot of weight on himself in that regard, as he should. And so, you know, that
as one should.
I think it is
when
just
you're
because he knows he's
kind
of dropped the ball in a few of these rounds, and I'm curious if that's going to make or break him here in this series with everything on the line. You know, you're heading to a third map. It's do or die. You either keep on progressing, or you're done, and you never even stand a chance of making it to like.
And that's the beauty of the Spring Showdown, is that it's literally just one person. It's literally, or not one person, it's one map. You get one chance. If you don't make it through in this first qualification, then you're straight out. And we saw this yesterday with Falcons, with the $1 million price tag of Simple, and now we don't even get to see the extension of that contract. It's literally done. They paid $1 million, and they went in one of the last places. Like you can't blame Borup for Falcons in that situation. I wonder if I turn this on. I don't know if it'll be any better. Not much I can do. You can't blame Borup. You can't blame. Well, you can blame the team. Yeah, I wouldn't blame Borup, because Borup had a good performance, a few good performances, not the greatest, but he was able to maintain for comparing to where everybody else was that was being picked up by this Falcons team. His showcase in the RMR was very decent. I mean, everybody failed, but it was decent. And so I've been hate watching a little bit this Liquid team. I really wanted them. When the trade first came out, where everybody was signing, they picked up the Skulls. You had Twist get confirmed, and Cadian finally had the confirmation that he was moving to Liquid. It was like, yay, exciting. But bro, it's been fraud watching with Launders, because he's been on his maxing wave. But this team, bro, has really been imposters. They've been so fake. And what hurts the most is that when you understand that this is top tier players losing to tier 2 NA teams, and the reason why that doesn't sound like a bad issue is when you consider they're losing to the top teams in NA, it's like, okay, maybe they have a competitive game against Boss and maybe Nouns, you know, those are like maybe the teams that you can compare them to. But then it's like Complexity is the top of the league. Complexity is the top of the NA team, so they deserve to eat on that food chain. But this Liquid team, when they came out, it's like, bro, there shouldn't be. It literally should just be Complexity, and then whatever top South American teams are popping off at that current moment. But the fact that they're losing to these tier 2 NA teams, who, it's not that they're bad, it's just that they, like, it's the perfect representation of you're losing to these teams. When it comes to a team like SAW, how the fuck are you gonna perform well? Because we're watching it right now, we're not seeing anything good. This team is dog shit.
Feel satisfied with that round.
I really want them to perform, bro, but like, fucking hell.
It can be so hard to hold on to.
And I don't blame Skulls. I blame Yakender. Yakender is
Are really your only options. That's why you see teams tend to take long. But you often want that.
I like out of every piece, I'm like, Yakender is the one that, you know, deserves to go. Skulls, he will probably be the first one to get kicked, realistically. But Yakender is the one who's kind of just dragged this Liquid team through this mud. And I was not here when he was first picked up and they had the Elige era of him. I came at the end of 22, part of 23. I was kind of watching. I started to get myself back into it. But end of 22, I literally came in for like Blast Abu Dhabi, where Dexter hit the Anubis 4K clip over Team Liquid. Like, that to me was like, okay, I'm coming in, I'm seeing this big name Yakender, who has really great performances, but as soon as he took that IGL role, it's like everything went to shit. And I'm not a hater of Yakender. I really want him to perform good, and I do believe in this team, but it's just like, I blame Yakender out of every other single piece, because Yakender to me is the most underperforming for the presence that he has. Like, he could put so much, he can apply so much pressure, and that's what you saw when he was being picked up by Liquid. Is like, that's the reason why he like, Yakender was such a big name when I wasn't watching, is because of what he was doing aggressively and how he was being able to make entries and new opportunities for himself come into Liquid. And it's just like, this man can't even frag. Now he takes on the IGL role to prioritize whatever, like, you know, to believe that Jame philosophy is going to work for him now, becoming the main IGL, not the secondary caller. And it's just like, no, it doesn't work. It's fucking stupid. Like, take the opportunity to grow as a human, sure, but you just fumbled the bag for yourself. And, you know, these are decisions that you're gonna make when you're a pro player, when you're just doing shit in life. It's like, you're gonna try to take on a bigger challenge, and sometimes you're gonna be able to conquer it. Sometimes you're just gonna be you're gonna become overwhelmed with the focus of it. And so it's not that you're a bad IGL per se, or like, it's not bad in what you're trying to do new. It's just that you don't have the acquired experience to be impactful in what you were doing and what you are doing now. Meanwhile, SAW is literally up 3 rounds. Slow mid take. We're about to see the double mid aggression with the donut holding on heaven, and then the double mid push down bottom mid. Yeah. A back cave position, so Yakender's about to take his, yeah. So they smoke him off, and never mind. He just decides to dry peek it. For what reason? Oh my god, Skulls is in such a great position. He's not ready for the second one. Cadian gets a trade position, but they don't really have any util. Double molly on the smoke. Naf is about to get a flank kill, but
He should have this kill dead to rights over here in mid.
Lost him.
Oh, hang on, there we go. He sees him, and that fly gonna collect that one.
Okay. Great recovery, and thank you from Twist for recovering. I kind of say thank you because Cadian dies. That was unfortunate, and Twist could have died so much. Like, that round could have changed so much faster if Twist dies from that A main player. But he puts himself in a position so that he can fight CT, not worry too much about tempo, and take on these one-on-one duels. Nav gives him the information that there's no pressure on Donut, so he's just worried about the two angles. CT/tempo. Well, like, CT tempo, because that's like that backside, and then you have main. Alright, so now we're going to see an aggressive cave presence on, I don't know who that is. It looks like Roman. They have a lot of mid aggression with Erados, who has a lot of push up. Now they back up. I'm kind of confused. They're doing a double rotate onto B, well, a single rotate from mid, and now they're taking a lot more aggressive control. So they're expecting the hit on site, but Twist should be getting Gyarados here. They're gonna both die in this situation. I see it coming. Okay. Timing is absolutely crazy right now. They're double rotated 2 on A, and they have the donut position slowly starting to get cleared out.
CT smoke on the right side, if I'm correct, so it should allow them to flank through.
And I don't know who that is at bottom ramp, giving them all the information that they need. So now they are going to commit to this 3A. And that's, oh no, they're walking into it.
As we said, it's fully stacked up right now. Saw 15 seconds there in the right place.
B is just a harder site to clear in terms of, like, you have way more angles. You could say the same thing with A in terms of too many angles, but it's in the sense that, like, you can control more of the map looking at everything than you are trying to go onto B site, because you have to worry about the deep cave position, the deep ninja position. Yeah, he's gonna have to give up. Yeah, he's not gonna win it. Oh no. Wait, he got the kit. He's committing.
They're gonna stick that bomb, and now he's on the clock. He won't get there in time. There's no stopping this defuser, just holding down E.
Unfortunate, yeah. So let's see if I can do this ancient A site. So when you're pushing out to B site, the way that you kind of yeah, okay, so the way that you're looking at it, this is the ramp control that you have. You have to worry about this cubby, all of the cave position, this back cubby, and if you smoke it off, they can walk through. You can smoke off this section, they can push through. So you need to do a double smoke molly execute. Then you need to flash yourself out so that you can have something, somebody clear for the wide hit. You still have to worry about this little gap that can be possible, but you know, when you're taking the CT control and you're clearing out all of that backside for long, then you have to worry about cave ramp. It gives you a little bit more flexibility. Post plant position, it becomes a little bit awkward because now you're fighting CT and like ramp, CT and flank. That's the easiest way to put it. But you know, it makes sense why they want to go A. It just, they walked into the stack. That was a good call on Saw, and it's a 1-4 game, bro. Now we're committing 4 into this, is it 4? Into this cave position, and Skulls is slowly going to walk himself outside ramp. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of, like, I mean, now it's starting to be taken over in the 50th second, like 55th second, but in those few seconds that they were walking out to cave, there was no information on Murtis to know what was happening mid, and Arados was back donut. I think he was the one that was in back donut position. Him or Story was. Oh no, it was Story who was back donut because he was playing it the round before. Holding for the heaven position. They just got, like, wasn't really able to get anything. By the time that they were all pushing up into cave, or outside heaven going into cave, there was just a lot of space mid for them to find out, and they win this round again. Alright, I'm gonna grab some coconut water because this shit's hurting, bro. This shit's hurting.
That is painful. It felt like Liquid had done everything they needed to win the round, but it's the second nade up long. They got 2 kills with nades on long in that round. And the whole time, by the way, Liquid could swing long and kill both players, but they don't want to risk it. They know an orb's there. They think they're being held. Saw were never even looking. They were never even planning on holding long. So Liquid make, on paper, the right play, but there were kills for the taking.
This is nice. This is a bit of a reaction out of Cadian. He's recognized how much they're fighting for this mid control, and that in doing so, their resources can't be pulled over towards A. And so the call is just go fast. We're going to have all the real estate, all the control. Nafly and Twists make it happen. And this is a save immediately, just on position alone with how you started the round. So what that's going to do there, Cadian kind of throws the hammer down with that call, and likely now Saw have got to start paying more mind towards A early. And what that is going to do here is that, you know, Saw won't be able to go for some of these early mid fights, these crunches onto the lane. They might have to be a little more passive over towards this B side of the map to free up the resources, just to worry about A main early.
Yeah, that's now in the back at the start of every round. Okay, are we getting A rushed? And where will the concessions
Do a
be
little
made?
windowsill
They've been pretty lax towards me.
water, because once it gets a
General,
little
so
chilly, the weather,
we'll see. Let's see how Saw starts the next round. After
then it'll be nice and drinkable. Anyways, I'm over explaining a lot in these rounds in terms of just like the positioning of minimap, but
break the mold.
I don't know. I missed this round. Liquid win it. Also got some coconut water that I stole from my mom's room. Sounds like a good son. Because I am. I just only steal from my mom. Some coconut water.
Solve this. I mean, we've seen in some of these rounds Aristos getting aggressive over towards main.
I'll be teething my mama's coconut water.
Spawns look for a bit of early A main control, try and stifle the.
It's so confusing too, because she doesn't like coconut water, so I'm so like, I was so confused on why she picked up coconut water.
Let's see what the decision is for Saw.
It's not even like she got like the big bottle, she just got like the small bottles individually. Like these small bottles individually. Like I would just get like a liter. Or like a can.
This is what we talk about, right? The extra resources demanded over towards A really do stem your options over here.
Either that or I'll just get the aloe juice, because aloe juice is high in sugar, not healthy, but completely the perfect balance. Like the perfect sweetness. Okay. This round is just... I feel like Cadian can still clutch this though. He's about to go for the molly, so he's not going to get crossfired. Oh, he goes for the smoke. It looked like a molly in his hand. I'll tell you why. It's because they did the fucking remodeling of it. And so the smoke now has the orange on it, and when you're popping it sometimes, like on stream, it always looks worse.
He'd already left within the first 20 seconds. Liquid must feel silly now.
I mean, you know, for Cadian, that's like a big roadblock kind of put his way, right? Like he felt like he'd found a bit of a golden goose in terms of how he wanted to approach this one. Dead out in
okay, but this heaven push, this cave to heaven push, and then the smoke break on Red Room just gives Meredith enough story, enough information. He doesn't take that A position. He takes up, he does the rotate into Red Room so that he can take it off. They do get bomb play in a 3-on-3 situation, but Story just pushes himself out tempo, and he's just so confident right now. Series, and he's crept into the third map. And there's really no winning this right now. Now they get the information. Twist gets the one.
Maybe there's a
didn't,
clutch cooking. Oh,
didn't
not
get
again.
him right away. They didn't get him right away. That's alarm bell sounding now. Saw, but
Damn.
4 kills in the round.
I'm sorry, I did not
Stellar
mean
on the
to
AWP,
smack my desk.
and
I
you
actually
bet
hurt my
on he
hand doing
didn't
that
miss
one.
a beat throughout that
Of all the
entire
like
game.
hard
Super
hits that I
break
do,
over Red.
it's the softest one
rotate
that
back
hurts the
towards it,
most.
gets the donut play,
Bro.
and then his teammate comms about the man trapped in the site, and he's even there.
That was a good
in
bait.
the 1v1 versus a twist that
Instead of just going for the
hands
instant
at that
click.
point, right? 2 kills on the smoke spam. It's hard to put a stop to him there.
Oh, pushing him as well. Like, that's the last thing you want, but Story makes it look so easy. And he's been...
This is
that's
sugared?
his best round of the series, no doubt. But he's just been reliable. It's felt
Yeah,
like
they
Inferno,
added sugar to the
he
coconut
was,
water,
you know,
bro.
often getting one out of his positions and falling
Why
back,
wouldn't they get just regular
rotating.
coconut
Just
water?
a safe player, a safe pair of hands. In this
Welcome
game.
to my life.
And if we're going to have him pop off in map 3, that's a problem for Liquid.
And he's a very mobile AWPer as well, right? He always keeps you guessing. I mean, most AWPs are, but he takes that very literally. You see him, he'll fire off a shot, and that's it. He's gone. Other side of the map is the next time you see him next. And so he's kind of hitting his groove right now on this 3rd map. Going to be a bit of a guessing game for Liquid if they did want to try and avoid that AWP.
This is an interesting game because it's like, it's not how we've seen Saw play on CT sides this series. What an alliteration.
Okay.
Oh, I'll get back to it. They're exploding out mid. Mutiris wins that. Timing play for Twist, just trying to get in Saw's face. But they are so mobile, is the point I'm making. Think about how passive they were on Inferno, how fine they were to wait to the final seconds of the round and not do anything on CT side. They're constantly staying dynamic, moving, regaining info, making good gamble stacks. This is a very mobile Saw, and that is causing a lot of problems for Liquid. Looking for a dominant half here, ahead of the Molly. Ujux can just swing. That's ugly.
Story's kind of pulling the attention away with that AWP. Liquid just want to avoid it altogether. They say, you know what? We do not want to go into that AWP.
Oh.
They deal with Mutiris over in middle, but there's the AWP.
Okay,
now
but
running.
Story
Missed shot
still
from
is
Story.
able
Here
to
he
have
is.
all the
There's
way that he
one shot
wants.
out through
3-on-3
Red.
situation, they're gonna commit to a 2-3 where Story is gonna anchor with the op. He's gonna have a lot on his plate, so yeah, it kind of makes sense why they're gonna do a little bit of a rotate. He has no util on his hand, he's low HP, so he's gonna just put himself in a situation where he can definitely try to get one, and for sure be in a one-and-done situation. But at the worst, he does get enough information, he does get the sound off, gets himself into a 2nd position, and Naf is probably gonna die here, next 2 seconds. Yeah. Just the consistency in which they work with this op, like they're working so in tandem, whether it's just being in trade positions, whether it's just being a double up system, like this is pressure, bro. This is absolute pressure. Just pressure. Like, you know you have all the advantages on your side. You don't need to take any missteps. Story gets the 1 pick, backs out, puts himself in a situation where he's just holding, not for the 2nd cross, but once bomb commits, then he's starting to apply pressure so that you're squeezed and trapped into that spot. Nafly tries to go for the pick on Story, doesn't realize that there's somebody in the 2nd position, I think who was that Ujux or Roman, and they just find the perfect timing as he's walking past short just to get that kill on Nafly. And then Cadian I feel like could have won it, but Story was just so trigger disciplined that he was not going to shoot on any baits. And so this is what I was talking about. You want to do the double smoke commitment into the molly. You're committing 3 into cave so that you can clear that information, and that's with bomb going down. Wow, they go for the double spam. Ujux actually gets all the... Wow. This is so disgusting. It's one thing... Wow. Let's go through the smoke. It's one thing when you're watching these games, not streaming, but I tend to watch these games as like background noise. I'll keep up with the scoreboard, but I try to do some other things, and then I'll just stay, like, I'll have my focus on it for a little bit. When I sit down and do streams like this, where I'm, like, sitting down watching the game, it becomes so hard to understand. It becomes more reasonable to the mistakes and wow, they get the information, so then he's just not even going to be able to peek. Wow. It's just more of a case, like, you know, these games happen, these things happen, but to pinpoint every little bit of destruction, like, you can't make shit up like this, bro. This is just fortunate, you know? That's just getting lucky and breaking it through. Like, I love to watch this VOD down again and just understand how they were being shut down. Even on like Inferno, we're talking about a 7-5 half, which was a liquid pick. Like, that could have gone a lot worse in terms of going into past OT. Like, we went to OT for them to win 4 straight, but Saw still won 2 out of that 4 OT into double OT. My apologies. But it just is. It just feels like, even though they're doing the same thing Saw is doing in terms of, like, doubling up buddy system, like, don't tell me nobody clears this. That is the perfect epitome of why I hate this fucking team. I am so cool to support them. I'm so cool to just, like, you know, wait for them to get good, but I'm not putting my fucking money onto them. I'm not betting on them. I don't care for this team in terms of, like, it's like you don't put money down like that to lose. Like, this Falcons team, like, we're gonna laugh at this Falcons team because they put $1 million down, and maybe that's just like it goes over your head, right? It's like $1 million, but it's probably like 20 to 30K. That Simple's actually making for this one tournament that he's playing, right? 20-30K. Okay, so they entered Counter-Strike. That's pretty sick. I don't know any of these players from Argentina. And then where is this? Kazakhstan. One Kazakhstanian. Cool. But, you know, it's just like, we'll be able to look back at this being like a point of, hey, either Simple really took his time to start maturing back into being like a high-end player, or he, like, this is the point where it's like, yeah, after this tournament we realized that, you know, he was officially transitioning out of the game, or just transitioning out of his commitment to the game. This Liquid team is everything that we epitomize for, and like for team, like just for NA in total, right? We got the South American up-and-comer that we don't know about, you know? No ego. All we've been hearing about from him was this no ego kid. He wasn't ruined by the Brazilian scene, so he has a chance to be this great next up-and-comer for the Brazilian talents. You know, Cadian, the all-star, the guy who came from Rogue, from his TSM Rogue era in NA, you know, that whole, astonishing failure. Going into what he was able to do with the heroic lineup. I actually don't know what our teams he did between that. It was Rogue, North, Heroic, Fun plus Phoenix, back into the heroic scene. Like, you know, that was the buildup of Cadian. And it's not like people are putting the blame on him directly, but people are starting to realize it. Like, you know, people are starting to realize that his heroic days are now past him. He has joined this team for over 2.5 months, 3 months. They have failed out of the RMR. They failed out of the China Major. They just made it into Changdun. I am Changdun. Like, thank God they did. They don't have tournaments coming up for this 2024 season. For this season, the summer season. Like, we are looking at a point in which this team needs to sit down and reevaluate themselves. Are we committing to this team for another 6 to 8 months? NAF and Twist, it's like, okay, Canadian players. So me personally, I'm gonna have biases towards them. Obviously, Twist is the big name sign up that you take heading into 2024. But it's just like, okay, well, with NAF, you know, is he committing to being this new player? And then you Kinder, fuck off, Kinder, bro. Oh, I love you, Kinder, bro. It's not even any disrespect. It's just like right now I want to spit in his face. The way that you destroyed the NA scene for us.
Well, the Magician is in position towards the cave. They won't actually chase him down through the Molotov.
And he ties for half. He walks into the molly for half because he's worried about the outfrag. Yeah, Kender puts himself in a double, in a nice single position, but they're about to get flanked by this cave player. No? No, they're not. So it's a 5-on-3 situation. My bad for hitting the microphone. 10-2 half, bro. It's like Saw is having a field day. They can do whatever they want for these next 6 rounds because they know that they have comfort in building their economy. So it doesn't matter. You take that 8th round, going to 9th round, that's when your economy breaks. You take the 10th round to try to win back into the 11th, and then you go into the 12th. Or then you would presume that you're going to go into the 12th. Bro, I've been so thirsty. I didn't even put the water to get cold yet, and I'm already taking it out because I'm so thirsty. This coconut water is not going to do me justice. Nice little recovery from Liquid in this situation. Thank goodness that they were able to do it. Thank goodness. Look at that fucking beard, bro. Any Nafers in the chat? I'm not gonna lie. Any Nafers in the chat actually is the saddest thing I've seen. Is it on his website?
10-3 scoreline. You certainly have the breathing room to do this.
Nafers. Bro, this shit, actually, any Nafers in the chat, like, yo, I rock this shit outside, I get bullied. That's a hysterical. But I feel like, you know, in terms of subtlety with your concepts, like Nafers could be a cool phrase to use, but when you specify like any Nafers in the chat, now you're identifying yourself as a chatter. And I double syllabled on that to enunciate. Yeah, they're not gonna expect this flank. They're not ready. Good smoke position. Yeah, they're not ready.
They walk right into him, and so that is all set up for Gutierrez to win, and he does it. He opens the round with that kill in mid, and then he continues being the elusive man. They can't find him.
I want to break my desk. What other matches are there going on? Complexity OG, thank God. And then Monty Imperial. Yeah.
Soaring high in the sky right now as it's Liquid stuck on the ground. 11-3. The Force Spy finds a win.
It's just like, you win pistol, congratulations. You lose the immediate round after, so now you're going into a double save. Like, congratulations, you literally won pistol for nothing.
It's a good flank, but as good as Julie's are, 3 players here. At least he's got the ammo. He's going to walk all the way behind. Full rotation.
This is wild.
Might have the whole round here, actually.
This could be everything to Twist. There's one.
No. Thank you.
He is really trying to be the difference maker here on Nation. but his teammates are cut down. That opens up a
Nav.
path into the B play. There's still
Nav,
one
you're
man
a
here
point of
floating
contention.
around.
Nav, you're a point of contention. Nav, you're a point of contention. Okay, you get all the sound information that you need, and you're gonna die here. Thank you. Thank you.
Liquid will stumble back to their feet there, responding with a force buy, and it's all
Sometimes it feels like
they had good timing there. That's why
I don't want to be in that for the chat.
in the bomb side, but after he hears double cave, he
Yeah,
knows he can
that's
push
so
in.
stupid.
And even though they throw that smoke, it's a CT player spamming the smoke, so they're looking the wrong way.
Thank goodness that he got the double kill though. That's absolutely necessary. Yeah, you can laugh, Kadian, but you guys are legitimately down 6. Where's the 7?
Fighting back with a force by their own.
7. Like, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you put it into perspective, 7 rounds is about a 10-minute recovery. You're looking at 10 to 11 minutes of recovery, like of slowly building your way back. That's 11 minutes of just pure focus. Give and take.
You think they have a shot?
I think they do. I think they're certainly a match for Cloud9, man. You know, I think even just the amount of output you would look to get from someone like Story. Don't get me wrong, I know Boomich was good yesterday on the AWP, but that was versus Redragon, right? Kind of a different level of gameplay there. I think Story would win in that department. And then I think some of the calls that Saw have, how fluid their game plan is. You know, Cloud9, I think sometimes...
Yeah, and it's not even like to disrespect Saw either. I've called them a tier 2 team, but like the level of
understanding of how each player on this roster likes to play, and it feels like they really do play off of each other well.
It just feels like the level of competition on this team is so high. Like this if they were competing like this into the RMR going into the major, I would have them as a favorite, because this is such a dominant performance. Their Inferno, not having Inferno as their main pick, still being able to bring it to overtime. Yeah, you take it for what it is against Team Liquid, but that's not anything to just like scoff at, you know? Like, it's not like I'm saying this as in Team Liquid's such an ass team. It's like you still give the respect and the aura that Team Liquid deserves because of the players that they have and the status that they and the experience that they established themselves with. Like, never mind. Absolutely never mind. Sometimes you just say, fuck that, I'ma just aim at you, shoot you, and kill you. Twist does it. Twist gets tagged for a half, bro. But they're not expecting skulls at mid this time? And what is this free information? They don't get the information. Eridos could have changed that round, but instead Twist is still gonna die, so it doesn't matter. Eridos could have changed that round, but I think he had the information that Twist was there. He doesn't see Twist as he goes for that rotate. Never mind. So he knows Twist is there. He just focuses on getting bomb recovery on skulls.
The peace of mind, like if they're rotating back with the bomb like that, he's anticipating that someone's already cleared out A. He was watching Donut for that exact reason, but yeah, you don't expect that they're just going to molly you and box you into that corner. You imagine you're going to get a kind of clean fight there.
This is it, man. This is a done deal. It feels like Saw.
Hey, just not in my hair.
Form with an unbelievably
Can't see it. I know.
On Ancient and Liquid.
Can't even show you. It's like this little knot.
I mean, it's just so exciting, isn't it? You know, the fact that you've got Mousepad putting up performances.
Molly it off. Get pushed through. But why is Twist gotta be the hero? And when I say hero, I mean 16 kills is really it, but the game before, he was also underperforming with skulls. I think it was Nav and Kinder who had the most frags for game 1. Then it was Skulls for game 2, and now it's Twist.
5-7 in the range, can't let you down. Good Molotov. Won't play off of it. Yes, they will. Cadian forced out and Liquid lit up.
That's just how many more heartbreaks can Liquid take. They need the time to go back and recover, recoup, try and build back stronger, because this is not it. Saw run them down here. Dominant victory.
Yeah.
lights out on the extremities, always pushing,
Yeah,
always
I want to
pressuring.
break my
And a
fucking
fantastic
shirt.
game put forward from Saw. Sees Liquid's time here at Blast Showdown brought to an
Is that just a
abrupt
random
close.
keyboard case? The fuck?
Saw definitely a team to keep our eyes on, facing Cloud9 in the competition
It's like
now,
the
and
frame
Liquid
for it.
lacking land. London is not calling them.
Player
They
of the
can mind
week,
gap.
opening duels. Sure.
Well, there it is. It's a little long.
Sure.
Drawn out. Well, not the third half, third match.
Heavy gold!
Series
Anyways,
overall saw that it
this
goes
is a
to
matchup that
but
is
it was,
exciting. Complexity, OG, Complexity just qualifying for the major, deservingly so. They look like they should have. OG, you know, this is what they're looking for. I'm expecting some quality experience or some quality gameplay from Fiku. You know, the big bad man who should be like, you know, this young player who is going to be becoming a god, but it's not looking like that in the way that his career is kind of coming out in 2023, end of 2023, heading into 2024. Heavy God, you know, the big pickup, the, no pun intended, you know, he really was that big pickup that was necessary. A lot of benefits in just how he's able to win duels, multi-frag rounds, just the impact that he's able to bring each and every game that he goes into. Nexus has his ups and downs. I don't remember too much about him, so I can't really make too many comments. I've always been not a big fan of Keto doing the IGLing, but you know, you commit with him, you take him in, and I'm fine with that. I think for me, it's really about this heavy god Fiku. If Fiku's able to have a great game, then you always are able to apply more pressure, but it's usually this Regali heavy god duo, you know, this rifle duo. They don't really play off each other, but they play opposite in the sense that they are anchors for wherever they are. So I'm excited. I do believe Complexity will win this 2-1. We'll see where these matchups are in terms of what the picks are, but yeah. We got Cloud9 versus Saw Friday, Gamer Legion versus Big. Just like, wow.
Just down the line, I think
Welcome to my life.
Take away for watching Saw, you know, both at the RMR and here in the Showdown so far in this one match. They'll be taking on Cloud9 is who they move on to play in the bracket. That'll be a really cool test for this team, but I mean, all signs continue to be positive.
I mean, it also just looks like,
and I'm very excited to watch the Saw versus Cloud9. Was Cloud9 versus Saw? It just they were mentioning it before, the casters. I think it was Harry Hugo who were doing the casting for this game. Just mentioning about, you know, Boomage not having that experience. If you're gonna take somebody, a team like Saw who have such solid pieces and story op as your opera, you know, I feel like there's some contention that can be brought onto that team. Maybe it won't be an easy road for Cloud9, and that's what the Spring Showdown's about, is that it's just a single elimination. You lose, you're out. So it's not about even being upset, it's just about not anticipating what the enemy team is going to do.
Why is LeBron James, perhaps the greatest player of all time, laughing at non-All-Star Jay Crowder as he simply destroys him in Game 3 of the opening round of the 2021 playoffs? Because of beef. Let's travel back in time to get some context. 2015, 6 years prior, Crowder and James faced off in the opening round of the playoffs. It was the year of LeBron's glorious homecoming. After winning 2 rings in Miami, he returned to Cleveland and promised a championship to a city that had almost forgotten the meaning of the word. Crowder was traded to Boston mid-season after playing about 10 minutes a game in Dallas. So they're different. And they had no beef in this series, but it's worth talking about because Crowder kind of made his career in this series with his defense on LeBron. And okay, decent isn't the highest compliment, but this is a second-round draft pick defending a guy who we call the King with no qualms. Before going up against LeBron on a big stage, Crowder was unknown and seemed destined to be a journeyman at best. But by Game 4, he was bumped up to a starting spot, and after the series, the Boston Press declared he'd found his place in the league. How'd he do so well on LeBron? He got physical. And maybe a little irritating. James likely didn't love the rough play, but he was used to it. And how upset could James really be? He put up big numbers and the Cavs swept the Celtics. So, whatever. Okay, let's jump ahead to 2017. Eastern Conference Finals, Crowder and LeBron.
Alright, one second. I want to watch this video too. Alright, Monday Night Raw. SmackDown. Let's get it.
Again, still no beef here, but we're getting pretty close. Things are different now. James had fulfilled his promise to Cleveland to win a title and was gunning for more. Crowder was more established and more respected. The Celtics forward was expected to bother James, but not stop him. Don't be ridiculous. But, Game 3? Crowder did kind of stop him. See? LeBron didn't give Crowder any
that
credit.
is crazy.
But other people
Absolutely
did.
OG.
Crowder even gave James a little attitude while forcing one of LeBron's 6 turnovers. But LeBron literally shrugged it off. And the Cavs won the series, so LeBron's okay. The following summer was a big one for the Cavs. And one of the players the Cavs got from the Kyrie trade? Jay Crowder. That could be interesting. Crowder certainly didn't mind being traded to a title frontrunner. People thought he'd be good for the Cavs, too. LeBron didn't love the trade, but mostly because he wasn't consulted and because he wanted to keep Kyrie around. And James was proven right pretty quickly. The Cavs weren't winning and had no team chemistry. Crowder was having a rough time. He'd lost his mother in the offseason, which caused him to miss some training, and he wasn't in ideal shape. He also struggled to find his place in the offense. Part of that was his three-point shooting failed him. Part of it was that Cleveland's offense centered around James, and didn't really have one spot for Crowder to fit. By January, he was out of the starting lineup. But LeBron didn't seem to hold it against him. When Crowder did get a big shot to fall, James posted a nice little shout-out on Instagram. And Crowder said thank you with a post of his own. So, things were good, right? They were pals, even though the team was a little embarrassingly bad, right? Oh. Conventional wisdom was that for this trade, LeBron wasn't just consulted, he was pulling the strings. Hey, his team was losing, could you blame him?
Nope.
Maybe if you're Jay Crowder and just lost your chance to be on a title contender, you could. Now on the Jazz, Crowder got a little passive-aggressive, essentially saying he wasn't having fun in Cleveland with a not-great group of guys. And he hated the non-system LeBron-first offense Cleveland played. Shortly after the trade, LeBron also had a quote that sure seemed like he was saying the departing Cavaliers didn't work hard, which might have hit Crowder pretty heavily, as he was admittedly a touch out of shape because his mother's death impacted his training. But look, our beef at this point is based on speculation and reading.
You take it for
quotes.
what it is.
So let's jump ahead.
Take it on the jaw.
To the 2020 finals.
Or chin.
LeBron's a Laker now,
on the jaw.
and after an injury-filled, playoff-missing 2019 season, he was back in the finals with new co-star Anthony Davis.
4 minutes.
Crowder bounced around a bit and landed in Miami in the middle of the 2020 season, where he had a little resurgence. He worked his way into a starting spot by making a lot of threes. Sure, he's not the Heat's star player, but he's a huge reason they made it to the bubble finals. On the biggest stage yet,
Yeah,
James and Crowder will face off.
Terror mode.
Though Crowder wouldn't be the only Heat player to guard James. The end of this quote mentions how many fouls Miami will have against LeBron because everyone knew the only way they could possibly stop James was by getting rough and tough. And Crowder did. Here's an example from the first half of Game 1. The ball was over here while Crowder moved James. And in the second half, he slapped a dead ball from his adversary, which James didn't seem to appreciate. What's LeBron saying here? He insulted his size? They're both gigantic humans. This is terrible trash talk. But it did seem like Crowder was under LeBron's skin. A lot of irritants have tried to do that in the past without success. I guess Crowder's a little different. Though, post-game, LeBron denied that, simply saying Jay Crowder was like every other individual I've been against in this playoff run. In other words, Crowder's not special. All that buzz back in 2015 and 2017 about how he's good against me, you know, his claim to fame? Nah, he's just like everybody else. Game 4
Crazy
decided
statement.
to be a little less like everyone else
statement.
and more like a fight.
That was also
club
when these guys were
participant.
literally just walking around.
There was
and,
this
like,
headshot with the score
fucking
tied in 6 minutes
ice
to play.
bags all over their legs.
About
just
30
because
seconds
there
later,
was
he
nothing else
threw
to
it down
do.
again.
So recovery was
LeBron
just
had
maximized.
45 seconds to recover before he was shoved over the edge. Now he's angry. And no one was convinced these were simply hard play fouls. These seemed like beef fouls. Perhaps revenge fouls for getting traded from a title team. But hey, the Lakers won in 6 games, so until they meet again, the very next year in the opening round of the playoffs. LeBron was still with the Lakers, Crowder was now on the Suns, and the Suns were the 2 seed while the reigning champion Lakers had injury trouble and were just the 7th seed. But nobody put too much stock on the seedings. The team with these guys was favored to win. And in Game 3, with the series tied 1-1, we found out that LeBron James
like
maybe
a
didn't
minute or
consider
so
Jay
away
Crowder
from
just like
the
everyone.
game
Try to
started.
find the positive notes, but it's been
So this is where I'm getting
for me
interested.
to find anything interesting about this team at some point. We're gonna have to be realistic and just be like, OG at these types of tournaments, they have been irrelevant. They're gonna have to step it up a notch. They've tried with the younger approach, getting Nexus from Mouse, like the Academy project, going with the FICO, like they're going back to that grassroots type of level. But one guy that I actually find a little bit interesting is Heavy God. I think even though they've got annihilated in most of their games, he's actually been performing to a pretty good level. I think he brings something to the table, but the thing is that they need more players like him to be able to attract the talent that is needed in OG. OG got some money to spend on players, right? Obviously, there's so many organizations right now fishing in the same pond of players when it comes to international rosters, and I can understand why OG ends up with a roster like this, but Heavy God, he's the one for the future.
Yeah, it feels like they're still, as an organization, waiting for that like one big tournament run or that one big success that'll allow them kind of bring a few more top tier players in, right? Like to kind of really flesh out this roster from top to bottom.
Not Dexter.
You can finally attract someone who sees some promise in the project, and at the moment it feels like Heavy God is probably the best chance of actually producing that kind of a win and that kind of a run. And maybe it happens here, but I don't know if I'm like reading too much into it, but even just like listening to that interview from Keto, listening to Katie and earlier, you can kind of like hear how dejected it is when you miss out on the major. Both these teams failing to qualify for Copenhagen, and Keto even opened up with it like we failed to reach our goal in our dream of qualifying for this major. And you can hear how hard mentally it is for players to kind of move past that level of a failure. Not to mention as well, this team missing their longtime coach as well, Rugga, who's going to be moving on to Astralis as well. So it's a tough time in the
forgot
OG.
about the Rugga
I
move.
mean, it's always been tough.
It's
for
fucking so stupid the fact that he was there
I think it was actually pretty interesting. But,
while he was already signed or agreed to have signed to Astralis. So it's just like you're just waiting for him to leave so that you can start combing through like a new philosophy, a new game style, but you're also just keeping him around so you're sticking with that philosophy. And I like, you know, I believe humans are better than they probably are, so I would believe that he's not coming into Astralis with the entire playbook of OG, but in the sense of like what he was doing with OG was developing a new philosophy for them to go into with once they have the coach. But then that wouldn't make sense, because then when you get the new head coach, the head coach is going to come in with a philosophy of how he wants to play. So it was really of just like, for he's contractually obligated. What are you guys really waiting for?
Playing to have a pretty good map pool right now. I think also the guy in the picture,
TC,
is a guy who's been not really talked about
TC
too
got
much.
the
I think
teddy
he's the main reason,
bears.
together with Elise, of why this roster has actually become such a dominant force, especially in the North American scene, right? I think we can both argue
Starbucks
that
in London,
the best North
crazy
American spot if you
ass
exclude Furia from
boot
that
camp
conversation at all.
arena.
So it's interesting to see how he's developed into this character. He also, just from talking with him personally, he seems like a really calm and just a great leader overall, a guy you really would want to follow, especially considering he left his home in South America, and this guy never complains about anything. Like, we know these players, they travel a lot, but I've never heard JT go out in an interview and say, oh, my life is miserable because I travel this much, right? He said that from day one. Okay, I'm leaving South America, I'm going to North America to pursue my dream, and he's made it all the way.
Yeah, he absolutely has, and I think you hit on a pretty good note there, because he's kind of had to
To
grow
also
into
be
this role. I
peaking.
think there was a time when his leadership kind of looked a little bit ineffective, you know, earlier on in his career, and you know, kind of questioning if there's not a better in-game leader around the Americas scene. I know I've done that in the past with him, and at some point he really started to turn a corner, and you started seeing this complexity team and some of the rosters he's been part of play smart Counter-Strike, have some creative moves, some creative utility, in some ways to pinch into the bomb site, and you bolster that with the experience of knowledge of someone like Elige, and all of a sudden you're cooking with gas. And that's kind of what we're seeing out of complexity right now, is a complexity in the right path, in the right direction. And now it's about seeing if they can, you know, one more chance to make London. And they've got a pretty good route for it. I mean, OG here, Heroic's not some unbeatable squad who they'd play next in the quarterfinals.
Still got the RMRs to look forward to, so you know their season's not over.
Yeah, I also think
This is really more of just something to kind of follow through, and I think this is going to be the last time that we have a major not be
it's a
the
really
end.
fun way of saying what Grim is good at. He's such a good aimer on his good days, especially after leaving that Team Liquid back in the day, where you were the coach, if I remember correctly.
Dallas,
He's
spring
been on an
finals.
upward trajectory when it comes to the individual level, at least. You feel like when you watch him on the server sometimes, he just takes over games, and especially before Elise joining, he was also a monster.
And
So
then
he
what's,
has it in him,
heading
but he
into
just needs to find
next
it more
year.
regularly.
Or by
And that's been, I think, the big criticism around complexity.
So,
I mean, Grim's got all the
this
skills
is
in the world.
officially the
You know, I
last
saw it in Liquid, as you
season
mentioned,
in
and
which
just, it's not there consistently
we're
enough,
not
so that
getting
the criticism leveled at
any
complexity is
more.
like,
To-
who's
we're
gonna be there
getting.
next to Elise?
This is the
Who's
last
the
season.
Macau?
We're gonna
Is it
have
supposed to
more
be Grim? Is
tournaments
it supposed to be
after the
Floppy?
major.
We've even seen JT pop off in some
And
tournaments.
heading into
incredible runs. Is it supposed to be
2025,
Hulzerk? And it feels
we're
like
going to be
Complexity hasn't
seeing a
found that
whole
consistency at their
shift,
second star,
a
but they
whole
better
new
get it right
shift
now.
with
They've got OG
how that
starting
is going to
right
be
now,
setting up
elimination
our
game, as they
tournament
all are at the
scheduling.
last spring showdown.
But we'll know that
to try and qualify for London. We're going
the
to send
second
it over to Harry
major-
and Hugo to get the series started.
like end of the major until the new season, there is just going to be a grace period for all of these teams, for everybody.
Complexity of
And it's
course,
always
OG,
been like that,
who have
but
been a
even
little
with Blast,
disappointing as of late, but
Paris,
they've
there
got
was
some
still a
changes,
few
bringing in
like
another
events going
Israeli
on after.
endpoint talent. We've seen many of them come through. Cole just coming off the RMR qualification to the major, looking good. But how do you feel about OG, Harry?
I mean, here's kind of my elevator pitch for this game as a whole, right? Because I don't think
Well, we're excited.
this is one
I'm
that
excited.
has necessarily the same majesty as like the Falcons game or the Liquid matchup that we've seen. But OG,
I'm excited for
just down on the GG
2025.
balance, Complexity coming in as the favorites. I very much agree with that. But I think the way I would pitch this to you, the reason you should watch this with good intrigue, OG kind of a
It's really
gatekeeping
shoes.
team for Tier 2. When you look at like their
Lambert.
runs versus Tier 2, Tier 3 opposition, teams that are on the up,
Regali.
they actually have a pretty good track record. It's when they get to the Tier 1s, it's when they get to the big names, that's where OG fall down. So as a result, they kind of fall into this realm of gatekeepers. On the other side, Complexity, sure, they beat Liquid out in NA, they managed to make the run to the major, but whenever you look at their time actually spent in Europe this year, it's not been phenomenal. We saw them fall down back at the Blast Spring groups. There they lose to Na'Vi, fair enough. They also lose to NiP. No one loses to NiP. Don't know how they manage that. Then when we get to Katowice, they're one of the first squads to get kind of cannibalized by Spirit and get chewed out there, and then they have a close loss to Falcons. So for me, this is like a Spirit level matchup. I want to see Complexity. Are they the favorites they should be, or will they get stifled?
Just
by
happy
this
that Na'Vi
gatekeeper
Jaws
OG
or
squad?
young Na'Vi got a chance to just, besides Adam B and Rez, they had the entire team just move up for this spring group and for the spring showdown, and even though that they lost, you know, it was still a good experience piece for them. Obviously, nothing that you're really gonna get from the Adam B Rez situation, so you might as well just give these young guys some
they said we're
opportunity.
already in London,
Yeah,
mate.
come on. We better make it. Well, OG waltzing into apartments, into this heavy setup, and they lose some faces.
Yep.
3-4 players in the apartments.
I
All
love
the kills
Complexity,
come in, so not a bad start.
but it's not a
Yeah,
love
very good
love.
look
It's
here
a
for
love hate
Complexity.
because Complexity is the
Lovely way
greatest
to open.
team to like they'll
And it's
always
only
fumble the
regarding, like,
bag.
there's always been a lot of hype around this
And
guy,
even
but
when
expecting
you
him to
feel
show
like
up
there
here in a
should be some
1v4
contention,
in the
like a
pistol
reason
is
for
wishful
them to be
thinking. Let's
secure,
see how
oh, you see the
interesting
foot
he can
information
make it.
from Grim,
We've seen
get the
Grim
kill
tucked
on
in,
him.
that's one. Now he gets the upgrade to the dual
There have just been
Berettas,
so many
but he's got a
times
lot
where
more left to do. Damage
it
done
gets
on
so
Hauser
tight,
earlier on. Could be
and
worth
how
its weight in
they-
gold if he finds anything else here.
And how the
Gets
matches
the
end
info
up
where
being
two of these
for
players are. Now there's
Complexity.
one unknown quantity, and
Is
Redragon
never
has
comfortable.
more to say. The dual Berettas can't quite
Gets
finish
two at
flopping.
least.
He can't stop that flop. And so the pistol round will get locked in by Complexity to open up. And I love this camera angle.
Yeah, it's
Jason, you
insane.
should have your camera like that, bro.
The
That's
ball,
great,
the
can't even
ball
respond.
close up is crazy. I
CLE,
ain't gonna
true
care.
professional. Yeah, he's got a bit of distance. Cover, ultra zoom. Nice shooting from Floppy. Side by side with his captain in apps. And is able to finish the job. Complexity forcing OG to full eco now in round 2. Just a flash to explode.
Bro, I can hear my neighbors
OG's
entering their
map pick,
house
it's
and
one
it
they've only
sounds like
played 3
mine
times with
sometimes.
this roster. With the latest acquisition,
When I have my
Heavy God, who
headphones on,
has
sometimes it
brought
just
a lot
sounds
of
like my
attention.
house.
But they've
Only
lost it
no-
every time
only
they've played
difference is
it.
Toby doesn't.
So
my
we're going
dog
to
doesn't
TOG's
bark.
best game yet. If they want a single chance here. And, you know, another team that hadn't
This dog is so
made it
passive.
through the RMR. They
If
went
ever
from
we
the
get,
open qual
if
all
ever
the way through
somebody
to the
pulls
RMR,
sub,
so
you know we're not
easier
getting
said than done with
an opportunity.
how difficult those online qualifiers can be in BO1s. OG did it, but when it came to, of course, qualifying to the major, just falling a little bit short. So this event is of hyper importance to this squad. There is no slow start in Showdown. MP9 picked up for Heavy God. They're going to go back to B.
They had a nice double setup here between Hauser and Grim. And it will just chew through OG nice and easy. There's Hauser. Love his hair, man, in case
Yeah,
you
it's-
can't tell.
Yeah, it's like you. Kind
Modeled my whole life around him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hair-based conversations to be had around Complexity.
I think they've got some lovely locks and lack of.
It's a good look. I like
Got
it.
some lovely looks.
I've done the whole, you know, shaved
Yeah, you
head
shaved your head
stance.
just
It's
for the-
good, man.
just for the
It's
vibe.
nice.
Just for the feeling.
Honestly, nothing beats waking up in the morning and you're already ready for the day. That's one thing I'll say. In terms of like time maxing, there's nothing quite like it. Oh. It bit of a skirmish for alt mid to
I don't
open up
really
this
hurt my
round.
dreads.
Floppy and Grim kill a piece, and they'll keep this even in a 3-on-3.
When I go out, I'll do.
Played locked in by Floppy.
But on a
I want to see
day-to-day, I'm just
Floppy
like,
go hard today. I want to see him be rock solid, give them a piping.
if I'm just going
He's
to work, I usually
one of my
don't give
favorite
a fuck
players,
about how my hair looks.
In NA.
As long as it's like presentable
when he's having a good day, Harry,
what
he's having
I'm
a great
doing.
day. Floppy looking very confident to start this game. Big 3K pistol. It's like
I like
crucial
to get
trade in
fancy.
old mid, and now he's set up back a pit. Halzerg can get info on long. He also might get caught in between positions. Keto with a kill. It's now all on the flop down in pit
It's
side.
all on the flop.
While he goes in, he's still
The
got a good
flop
position.
don't
That's
stop,
a
but
great
it
shot
stopped
for Keto.
so hot. Now it's just a Legion of 1v3. How can he proceed to get this cheese, bread, the cheddar
Reliable.
forever?
But
To get round
bridge too
3
far
and
here,
make the
double
shit
smoked.
better. They got bomb plant, but it can't go
Okay.
long. Only about 30 seconds left on the bomb.
Something like they've gotten on the board nice and early in this game.
He's only looking for an exit kill about 20 seconds.
least
It's
just gonna be
getting
left
real.
saving.
He knows that it's about to get really tight.
So a
The
good
10
start here
second
from
mark
OG.
is hitting
Nice for
right.
Keto as well. He gets on the board early. Regali, even
So-
gonna finish a Liege off there right at the close.
He's okay because he got money in the bank
So
to
we don't have
die,
to wait
and he
long
doesn't
to see
care
a bit of
about any
promise
disrespect. He
shining
wanted
through
them
from
to lose a
OG.
little.
Keto's a very
He wanted
interesting
them
player
to lose a
look
little
at
bit
here
of
within
health
this
and
OG
that.
squad, because you know you think about
But I don't know
the
how
kind of
to
life
end
and
this round.
times of a player like Keto.
Heavy
He
gold.
went from being a part of that starting 5 on the big roster. You saw him have a stint in their academy squad. Saw him then reappear, and now he finds himself over here on OG with a whole new set of challenges ahead of him. And so I'm always curious, can he kind of rebuild his image here within this OG squad? Because he did have a couple of hard knocks there.
Yeah. I kind of agree with Bubsky in the sense of like it's just not been much to enjoy about this OG team for a while. The last,
It's a hard
real
knock
run.
life for us.
They're almost making it every time. Like Rio last year, even the major in Rio a few months prior to that. Some really solid games out of obviously a different squad. But having a couple of pieces that draw your attention, like Heavy God, like Regali, I think that is the draw for OG. Hoping that this can be the next big thing.
There's part of me that almost looks at this OG squad as kind of a shop window team, if you would, right? Like, it's more about players potentially coming out of it in the long run. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that's exactly what the folks over
We're
OG
going
want
B.
for their team.
They
but
got the smoke
not
set
every
up.
team is the
They
best team
missed
in the
the
world. Sadly,
cave
that's
smoke.
really just one of them.
Or not the
Liege
cave
up close,
smoke.
gonna get spammed
Wait,
out. Nexius
no, they
finds him,
didn't
and
miss.
Grim's
It
followed
looked
up
like
onto
they
as well.
missed the
That's Viku
CT smoke,
chiming in.
and it went
So
deep
low.
cool, but it instead
A lot
did
of damage
hit
done, but
properly.
if nothing's found
So
on the
my
spam
mind
here,
is
it might
just
just have to be
tripping.
the save for complexity. Heavy God's even lurking around in alt mid.
They
trying
went
to punish
2v1
players
in
on
that
the extremities.
situation in terms of like they got 2 instead of losing 2.
Not even an avenue for JT to fight. So
Floppy's
Heavy God
probably
damage
going to
GT
die
again.
here.
Get these guns out of here and get OG off to a solid start on this T side. That's nice.
Nope. GT instead.
This guy's got very strong mechanics. Just the one kill for now, and he'll duck out, giving OG their second round.
Yeah, just all they need. Again, that
I still
lies
like
enough
the-
contention.
yeah,
It's
OG are
19,
fine with the
21, and
big tier
2,000
one names, but they are trying
left
to
for the last 3 players
build
that were all
something
dead
from the
on
ground
complexity
up by, like,
side,
going
so
for
there's
these
no
younger
economy.
players,
You're staying.
like
You're gonna
getting
force around these
Nexus,
or
Aaron
these
Miles,
guns most
NXT,
likely,
Let me
just
see,
to kind of get
good
something.
academy
But
teams, good
that's
players,
gonna lead
power
into
NXT, it's kind of the place
29,
to start.
24.
Of course.
I mean, even looking past that,
Then you do
got
the
Regali,
29
someone who's
save,
always
and you're
hyped
gonna be
up
able to get a
and
little
very
bit of
familiar
money.
within that academy circuit there as well.
And I
Not
think he
really.
has been
So you're
solid.
just doing a P250 upgrade play double
And you have
Zeus
Fiku
that's
as
going
like
to
a
be
piece
given
remaining
from
from
Floppy and
the
Halsey.
original
But
OG
besides
roster,
that,
someone who
it's
I
just
think has always actually been
minimal money so
a
that
very
they can get
good
24
and
for max.
capable
And
clutcher.
just
I
like
think he's
that,
very
it's going to
underrated
be
in that regard.
an
Very
immediate
cool head
draw.
on his shoulders for kind of clutch
Rim for the
moments.
double
is Fiku.
nade. He was the only B player, so he was just
And
trying
then
to
you
play
have
close so
Keto,
that he
who
could get his Zeus
might
kill
not have
there.
the same
It's not going to
allure,
lead to
but he's
much.
someone
Halsey is going to try to
rebuild his
double up with
reputation,
Floppy
so
in
he's
a
gonna be
late peak
hungry,
on
or at
mid,
least that's
and
what
they're
you're
just going
hoping.
to
And I
get
think
immediately
with the challenges that have
annihilated.
been laid out ahead of him, having
Flyco
tried
does lower
take a
some
bit of,
or get his
ownership,
health
a bit of
forward a little
leadership.
bit, but it doesn't really lead to much. It's just a lot of slow
you hope that
contention
that's
on
going to
this
be
B side.
the push to ignite
At least let's pick up the
under it.
A1S.
So
Goes on to
OG,
B, try to
primed
at
and
least
ready for
apply a little
third
bit of
round
pressure
here.
to them, but it's not going to be much. JT's
rest
not
is
going to
just a
find anybody
formality.
lurking around in these apps. There is somebody at this bottom mid, heavy god, but
You know,
I don't think he's going to be able to
bear in
find
mind
him
this
for the
idea of this being the kind of
opportunity of the Zeus
temperature
kill.
check for
I think it's just going to be
complexity.
try to
How
save
excited should
or,
we be?
you know, try to get an exit kill with
OG are
this
off to a hot start.
P250.
I guess potential is the word, right? Like,
Oh,
close. Yeah, the Zeus, maybe. Potential for OG.
you probably would have missed the Zeus
Unfulfilled,
kill, to be honest.
Certainly. But potential nonetheless. And we're patient. We'll sit back. We'll wait.
So it's going to be 5 alive for OG heading into round 3 for them. They're going to pick up the lead into the 5th round, or well, going into the 6th round, but on the 5th round. Gonna have enough money in bomb plant. They haven't had a lot of people die in these last few rounds, so they're gonna have about 6k or like 6k as a medium through the board. Somewhere around that point, 6,500 you could almost say. But enough for them to kind of just have these next 2 to 3 rounds. Even though complexity is about to buy here, they're gonna be able to commit to this next round after that, you know, have full util investments.
Go back to the drawing board is probably for the best anyway.
Just a lot of benefits for this team, honestly.
For the second time, they would have consumed some liquids there, but on the fly, having a grand old time. Work complexity. Floppy opens up this round. Fiku kicked to the wayside. So OG left a man down as they try to break away towards top banana. JT will repel that initial push in. So now OG go back to the drawing board. Gonna look to group up over here in middle.
Hey, middle.
In the mill?
In the mill.
What is this?
They're in
3A, and they have 3 pushing out in the brackets. Heavy God in the spoiler situation. They're gonna slowly start to leak out into Arch. Halsey is gonna see at least 1 for sure. Doesn't even get an opportunity. Gets the information for 2 for sure though. They hear the double smoke anyway, so they know that there's for sure 2. But they also don't know about how many people are going to be on this A side, so that's why they're going to take their time, opportunity, or about their time to just slow it down, try to take these individual pieces and just get some more information. And wow, it really just became 3 isolation fights. Complexity didn't have any util to help each other, I'm assuming. Because why would so you have a Molly nade, Molly nade, and then what did Halsey have? He had a smoke. So Halsey dies immediately off the insta peak. You can't take much off of that. But the fact that Floppy has a nade and he doesn't even try to throw it. Like, you're already going for the crouch peek. If you're going, like, you're already crouched in mini. Just go for that nade toss and then repeat with it. You have the chance that you're gonna damage your teammate, obviously.
And still, it's an OG round win with Keto opening it up. Some
Tossing
clinical shooting over here towards.
See, that's just lucky.
Off by
And then that one,
Just very slow, cool.
as soon as you peek, you just died.
Finding the
You lose
gaps.
your duel immediately.
I also like these new OG jerseys. Big fan of that. Looking very good.
Looking very good. This team is doing better than I would be expecting. It's also Inferno, which I'm expecting a lot more out of Anubis for complexity. That always tends to be one of their better maps. And an Ancient is an okay map. I don't recall remembering too many of Inferno matches for
Make sure he has
complexity,
some battered chips
so I
with that.
don't know how they are in terms of recency with it.
Yeah, maybe get some chips and like curry sauce, pour it all over. Very British meal.
Yeah.
Beans on the side, cheese that hasn't melted on top. Mushy peas, why not? The full 9 yards for complexity.
Pie and mash.
So here Collard trying to
British things,
break
bro.
away.
British
Towards
things.
the top of Banana. They want this to be their way in, and they do have a player to deal with here, but the rest of OG are kind of teed up for this
Mushy
A play. It's
peas.
just Nexius waiting on the
I ain't gonna
extremities.
lie though.
Complexity get this real estate
I
over towards top
fear
Banana.
trying a blood sausage.
Nexius
Like,
moves in, it's
that
into
is
that
like,
AWP from Halzerg. So OG have just lost their lurker. Suddenly it's
like
okay,
I've
all
tried
we have is this real
like
estate
not
over
nasty
towards them.
things,
They
but
have
like
to
I've
follow
tried
through on
like
it. 3 players
things
in
that
the
are just not
apartments.
conventional
Floppy
in
get past,
North
which is
America
easier said than done. His Famas delivers.
from like Jamaica.
Elige back inside of the site. You
Like
never
the
doubt
food I've
him.
eaten, the soups I've
Bit of
had.
help from JT.
But it's just like
Elige will keep OG
blood
on
sausage
a
and
leash.
like coagulated blood
Great double for
food.
Floppy.
That to me is just like, I get why it's like, I know it's good for you because of all the iron and just like the benefits of eating liver or not liver but like organ meats, you know. Organ meats are very good for you. They're high in nutrients that are like good for your body. But to me, it's just like, oh, it's like when you have ice and you scrape it in the freezer, but it's like you're scratching it and it gives you chills down your spine. It's like that's how I feel about like looking at eating looking at blood sausage. It's just like, I'm sure it's not bad. It just gives me the ick.
Floppy and a Famas in the apartments. We've seen this one before.
Even get to spice a couple of players.
4v3 round. We got a full 5-on-5, full buyout. I mean, there's not a lot of util coming from this complexity side, especially heading into this mid round. Halzerg does have an off. He's gonna get tagged down to 22. Finds one, gets the information on the second, so that gives enough information for Elige to play around this. But JT did a full rotate. He's shift walking back to B, and they're committing 3 back into this upper banana. Grim has a second delayed smoke for that across, so it's going to take them until about the 20th second if they don't try to push it earlier. And they're going to get the information on JT. JT gets the 2!
He still gets a double. That is despicable.
That's nice from JT though.
I mean, that's something you always like about JT, right? Is he's not afraid to be very involved himself,
and especially in CS2, like Csgo, you could make a contention for his name. CS2, he's been real live. He's found himself.
Last year, I want to say, against Imperial, I can't remember exactly where it was, but overpass like 1v4 at match point. I think they went on to win the game, so
they're gonna win due to time lead out. There's only one person that stays alive for OG at that end. Just a nice little round from them through and through. Fire ass shoes. I mean, they're regular, they're average shoes, you know.
Outstanding from JT. Just seeing a lot of we haven't seen an execute for OG. Every round they've won has been contact, like walking around on A flanks. Keto getting some kills, but I'd like to see what a BXQ looks like. They're getting a lot of banana control. Sure, they've got to get rid of some util, but
that's Keto for you.
Let's see something loud for OG. Nearing the end of their T side.
Something
I mean, thus far it has been pretty
loud
pretty
gaming?
measured, we'll say, from the OG squad. And I think they've looked to take many a risk. It's been quite easy does it in a lot of these rounds. Trying to keep it slower, and it was working out for them early on. But yeah, I think now is probably the time for a bit of a pace change here, right? Because complexity, they've also been holding on to util. They don't want to throw it all out early. They know these takes have been coming later in the rounds, and so you can look to offset that a little bit if you pick up the pace here and now. Halzerg run boosted across over in middle.
Cracking my back.
Not giving a fight early.
Enjoy the satisfaction of cracking the back. Oh, I like this push up on Keto. Nice little double boost from Nexus and Keto. JT wasn't ready. Grim is going to be in a nice flank or a nice top oranges position. Elite is already here for the trade. They have 4 on this banana car situation. They're rotating heavy off of this. I mean, you're committing 3 onto this B site and you're just about to have Floppy having to hold by himself. He decides to smoke top balcony. So Floppy is going to be completely by himself with a double flash. And this is a full-on hit. Alish gets the second one. And are they going to tag him out? Yeah, eventually they're going to be able to find him. And Grim is still this last piece. Now Floppy's going to be able to rotate within the 50th second. Breaks down the smoke. But I don't know if he's going to one push. He's going to eventually start to push. Yeah. This is a little unfortunate. Grim gets pushed, unfortunately, while he's trying to just hold into the back new box position. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him, and it kind of turns into a disadvantage in his favor as he doesn't know where he's going to push from. Slowly peeking from the left side, leading Floppy into a 1-on-3 as he pushes Church. Smoked off from CT. Not really a lot that he can do. He broke the first smoke, but there was a double CT smoke. There was a deep CT smoke where the rails are, and then there was one where you can kind of see where they just where it wasn't smoke. Oh my god! Like where pool is basically like your default CT smoke. They had the double smoke going. Floppy throws the first one, doesn't get any information as he's trying to look through it. Has to push through, but he has no assistance in the 10 seconds that Grim is by himself.
And winning this round would break Cole's money at the end of the half. That would be a disaster. Yeah,
there's been some big util damage done early on here, though, right? Keto is immediately brought down to 12 health.
You can also make a contention here too, because into the next round, OG's money is going to have to rely on Fiku and Regali, who are only going to get 1,400, so that's going to be 65 and 51 for Regali and Fiku, and you're gonna have to work that around all 3 other players for the last 3 rounds. So you probably just commit nothing or a slight pistol force. And they're doing a full rotate flank. Oh, I like this. You don't see this often. I hope this works out for them. Actually, I don't think GT's ready for Fiku though. No. Do they get the information? Alicia is ready for this. Yeah. That breaks their economy entirely. What a great flip on that. And you saw that earlier with the double smoke, and that's what I was talking about. Where Floppy couldn't help Grim because there was the double smoke going.
That's what OG wanted to do last round, right? The full wrap through ruins. I love that play. You don't see that very often, and with so many players, usually it's just
so it's like
spawn, but
around this point you have your second smoke, and then you have your default A smoke. The way that they did it, and the reason why it confused me so much is that they did it front pool or front pit, so that if you're boosted oranges you can get an information peak, but it was kind of like in this vicinity where you couldn't see from graveyard or from coffins. You wouldn't get any information from really backside. You have to play close and then around the smoke. So basically where Elige was in this pool, he just got the vicinity. You see the one person that crossed over. But there was 3 people that made that commitment after, because Grim, who's towards new box oranges, has no sight because he drops off of that smoke. And then allowing yourself to have the second smoke that goes rails here, you take all of Coffin's control, clear it out, or like all of Church, clear it out, flank back sight, and you keep Fiku, who's around new box who's around first oranges. That allows you to boost up, make sure nobody comes from a flank contention, nobody comes from CT contention, and then you can clear out back sight by putting pressure on 2 different angles. Absolute genius play.
But it should be gone now. I mean,
Absolute genius. All with, was that 2 smokes and 2-3 smokes?
Up close should just get rewarded for his patience eventually.
He's doing a Nerds impression with the MP7.
And Grim is just not ready at all. Here's the util being popped. I think he just was not. He was expecting it to be a flash, not a molly, and was just not ready at all.
Alright. The Deagles didn't do well by complexity here. And honestly, I hope they keep the pressure on, mate. That AWP is trapped down in the pit. You know it's there. Heavy God has done all the info gathering for you. So they want to try and take these guns out of play. They want to remove everything, and now it is just that big ticket item left.
Wow.
Falls as Heavy God drops down from above.
We're going into the last round.
Ran past him there for a second, but he gets it done.
That man jumped out of apps. Yo, Heavy God is absolutely him, bro.
Heavy God looking good. To me, Keto really set this map off on a great start with some fantastic shooting.
Yeah,
Floppy in the pig.
you like, you know, I made an argument against Keto, but you talk about that one, like that 3v3 situation where they clear brackets, go arch, get the kill on Halsek, who's arch, Moto, then you get Floppy, who's a mini, and then you immediately clear Leash. I think that was Regali who gets a Leash, who was on site, but it was just clean, concise contention in a 3v5 situation that they were just able to control the whole round.
A missed shot from Halsek. Grim attempts to make up for it, but
Keto really is just having a life game.
He's opened up the route to the B play now. Complexity's best bet is that they can catch someone in rotation, and even then, it's got to be multiple players caught in rotation.
Wow, what a fire-ass molly.
So now they're going to try and get ahead of this on the rotates over towards B. Heavy God is still late lurking over towards the apartments.
This is dangerous. He's going to join up though.
Yeah, but Heavy God's going to be in point.
Already gone through though. Oh, good shot for Regali, putting this up to use. And last round of
And
a
he's
half
doing
here,
a flank point too.
nothing to lose but his life, and Regali will give him that. 8 rounds.
Crazy half from OG. I really did not expect this, but that's quite well. And I mean, bro, I said I wasn't expecting it, but what do I talk about when I'm talking about complexity, bro? They just fumble. Same thing with all the spring groups, bro. You were expecting them to have a good spring groups, but they just fumbled. Let's actually look at this. (13 to 16). Like, they dropped. Which teams were it? Na'Vi. Sure, you make the contention. Like this complexity, this Na'Vi team, they qualified straight through over G2. That was worth it. But then you lose to NIP, man. This version of NIP, like, it just was sad. It was the NIP show, bro. Pigeons, that's how it's called. Wow, they really have no streams. Yes, I'll impact fire.
Thing is, that's the danger really with rounds like this. I'll tell you what, I'll hold my thought, because she has got one, has found Zaz. 1 bullet away from death though is the issue. Would need to be perfect with her shots and can't quite manage it. That's the difficulty with rounds like that. If you want to go from around the world, it's so important you actually take contact over towards A, because no one moved from Pigeons. There wasn't really anyone that was threatened whatsoever. It was been so vocal the entire time. There's players on the boost. There's also, I think it was Tori that just pushed literally
Fights calling
into
into a
short water
was that
and took
3
the
short
contact
double monster.
after the boost kind of took shape. Needs to be creating more pressure there for NIP.
Speaking
I'm
of pressure,
feeling here for the
Pigeon's
OG
gonna be putting the
Saz,
pressure on.
Anya.
Some deep control. Saz getting
Check
up
out
the fountain.
the
She's got
Juliana
the MP9
team.
in the prime position to farm. A lot of
That's
Glocky
the reason why
Wockies
I'm
on the
here.
other side, and she is finding the kills with ease. Money, money, money. Oh, oh, money, money, money. UMP for 23.
Based.
Is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. 4K,
I don't know,
use
man.
the economy, please.
I don't rate it.
How much was that? 9?
No one does, but that's why it's fun when it
6,
gets
12, and then you had 3,
Tori
3.
buys an orb immediately
18.
after this round, so Anna will be
Plus
getting that out
bomb, or
incredibly
plus
early.
round win.
Also important to note that
Are we
Zaz
gonna
now
have to
started
see a
both rounds up
replay
A,
for
so I
like
feel like that's
every
where
round
she's going to
like
be playing.
that, please?
Maybe not in this
Okay.
one with the bonus, but no, she is. She's the A player.
Yeah, they've been running 3 players over here though, well, for this round it looks like.
Yeah, I kind of have the same
Yeah,
setup
guess
for the
so.
Molly, but the Molly doesn't land. It didn't.
Guns out for
That's interesting,
NIP.
right?
Yeah, it is.
Or did it?
You
It didn't.
kind
It
of
sounded like it
pairing to get
missed,
used to if you're Anna.
but nobody
Tori is out towards long.
pushed fast on
I'm
NAP
23
FE
flippers,
side.
so yeah, it's incredibly heavy lean over the side of the map.
This works as well. They've got like 3 mollies out already. Zaz has just found an opener, and now Tori's just gone around the corner. There will be a trade at least from rounds in, but 23
This
hasn't had to move
triple
muscle
A into the
whatsoever.
single B is
Jenkins
such
needs
a
to click,
different
does
setup
manage
that I'm
it,
used to
but it comes
looking
at a cost of nearly all of her HP. Ramsden's still walking wounded. This round looks great for Pigeons.
I mean, you put single
It's gonna
B,
get so difficult
and you
trying
have
to get used
4
to
just
calling them
contending on
Pigeons
it.
as well.
You had the bottom, like you had
Yeah.
the one in blue. You know, who was
It
able
really
to give you
is.
some contention, but that was just
Burbs.
a little different from what I'm visually used to looking at on overpasses.
Beretta's in a dream, a tiny little choke point.
Maybe 2,
Regali
maybe
alongside
2
him
A,
ends up
3
giving
A.
up that man
Never
advantage, tries
4.
to go for the trade, and
Unless
is
you're
locked
doing
out of
like
it.
a
Next
force.
they are in it, they are out through the apartments, but they're not looking at him yet. Grim will turn on a dime and deal with that side player.
All in all, a great 3v5, and Column won it. You can't lose this unless JT comes swinging. Oh, goodness, okay. Well, he'll give it up after a bit of damage. Just staying alive is enough. It's going to distract them. Chase him down the wrong way. You're going to break that window, and Fiku will finish the job. Okay. No kit, but nothing to lose in giving it a go. They got a smoke for the bomb. They need to kill quick. Halzak hits his, and Grim back in pit will not overpeak. The bomb is for him, and the round is as well. Complexity come through with a pistol, but they took the first, Harry.
Okay.
And what did that mean? Nothing.
The fuck?
True.
Welcome to
Like
my
how, like,
life.
Kito's camera
I might play
like
CS.
weirder
Oh.
than it did before because of
I
the,
just want to watch, man. This is what
hit
I
off,
love.
but yeah.
I don't even,
We're actually
I
giving
don't
Kito
even
time to
like
fix it.
playing this game anymore, bro. Not like playing it. I just like. I enjoy playing like maybe a
Lost
game or
CEO
2 a
on the
day,
line.
but
Bring it
I
in.
could just watch this shit
Yeah.
all day. It's
You
so
wanna see
much
it.
fun to just.
Kito's really tall.
And that's the thing.
First
It
time I
just
saw him
like
in person,
I don't
I was like,
have many
He's
times
really
where
tall.
even like though I'm not working,
like 6'6".
I'm never
Look at
just
those
like
presenters.
sitting
I was
down
gonna say pretty tall,
watching
but really
CS.
tall,
Yes.
It's not actually
So when I do it on
Right.
stream, or when I try to stream, it's in a commitment to focusing, even if I'm high
He was
shit.
towering.
I still try to
And
do my
I'm
best
not
to
a short
focus
guy.
and really understand every player,
Okay, James Banks is tall.
Yeah,
rather
like
than
James
just
Banks.
like
Ooh.
keeping it to
Yeah, I think so.
distract me as I'm
Damn.
like
Yeah, he's tall.
as I'm interested
Damn,
from
but
time
James
to
is tall. I
time.
think James is 6'3" or 6'4".
Really?
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel the same when you don't
Yeah,
have a
and if
CS
he's wearing
stream
stilts,
going on
he's
in the
even taller.
background.
He does like
If it
stilts.
makes
He
any
does
sense,
always
it's
have his
like
stilts
it's
on,
like
doesn't he?
basketball, or it's like during sports season, right? It's just like when sports season's on, you want to have some sport in the background. It doesn't really matter.
I don't know how to follow that up.
No, you don't need to.
I don't have any
Let
other
it
like
breathe.
height-based
But,
stories. Floppy is rather
Go on.
average sized.
Wait, was it literally just for a
I
first
don't think
break?
he's like.
And he's like 5'10" or something, so
Yeah.
as well. Interesting you know that.
Top 10. You like tall players?
Yeah?
Give me
Name
the
3
top,
of the tallest
the top
players.
5 in order.
Who's the tallest pro player? I'd say Kito's probably up there.
Yeah, so they're just
Literally.
bathroom breaks.
Rain's quite tall.
Rain is pretty tall, and he's pretty built as well.
James in top 5.
Really? I try
Top 5 build or top 5 height?
James is quite tall. I'd say Keto's taller than James.
Is he crouching down in that YouTube thumbnail with Yekindar? Must be.
Is that the only way you know James?
Yeah.
What
I measure.
from 2 years ago.
I'm like how Americans will do anything but use like proper measurement systems. I measure all height in Yekindars, so it's like it's about 1.5 Yekindars. 1.5 Yekindars on Keto.
Who am I missing anyone?
Really, my boy?
I mean, you've named what? 2 people?
I've named 3 people.
Okay.
That's my top 3.
I know,
Right now, that's my top 3.
What about Gade? Can we count him? He was pretty tall.
Not, he wasn't that tall.
Wasn't he?
I said pro players, bro.
All right, come on. Don't do him
Simple,
like
not
that,
tall.
right? Still better than you've ever been.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
it's not a... Ooh. You got me there.
I swear to God, Simple's like 6 foot.
Whose stuff's broken? Let's figure it out.
Come on, JT. He's just had enough. He's leaving.
No, or is he going to go help
He's going to
someone
his hotel
fix?
room.
He's done.
Yeah.
This was his resignation.
Jason Lake subbing
Goodbye, JT.
I'll be like, what? Really?
I like this. I like it being a little more free-flowing. Like, you know, we can talk about the game as the game's ready. This is kind of nice. I like the slice of life view that we get into how everyone's set up. Obviously, you know, being on boot camp, you're kind of more so just looking at the facilities. But
yeah,
I like it. You got some sound dampening on the wall. That's good. So you don't have the echo. Elige loves it. Clearly.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's just enjoying himself, isn't he? Grim,
best camera angle of the day?
I do like Grim's camera angle. It is good. I like his facial hair too. I know he's been trying. Like, he just cracked a smile because I said
so
that.
stubborn.
He's been trying to grow like a nice beard as Grim. Yeah, like he's getting into the what's it called? Where you take care of yourself.
Grooming.
Yeah, getting into that. He messaged me about it.
Okay.
But I don't know why. It's not like I'm like the reigning authority on a good beard. No, bro. Because like if I shave my beard myself, it looks horrible. The key is you find
someone else.
You find someone who's really good at cutting beard hair, and you go to them. Like right now, I cut my own beard hair.
Oh, that's why it looks.
And it looks it looks scuffed. I have like a little round face going.
True, but it's also just trial and error, right? Like,
you gotta plug your mouse in.
I started cutting my hair, and I'm doing small, like I'll do like from time to time frequent lineups, like a small lineup.
Other hairs,
but you just gotta know about how your hair shape should be, and you should try to figure out what you like and what you don't like. Because I'll tell you what, if you're shaving your own shit for the first time, it ain't gonna be pretty. So you're just gonna have to figure out how you like it.
And we got to talk about other stuff.
And also, if you're gonna do like self-maintaining grooming or self-groom, then you should understand how to oh shit, that's a full can. You should understand how to at least do a straight line with your cuts. That's like priority number 1 for anybody who wants to learn.
Gonna be 8-6.
So a 4v4, but it was a 5v4 bomb plant. It wasn't really. They just got B-side for free, and it was just more of the mid contention on a 1-for-1 trade from Keto and Floppy. But outside of that, it really seems like it's just gonna be a
very slow. There wasn't no rushes, no explosive.
Oh, this is round 14. I was so caught by how long that delay was that I was just like, oh, like we're in the pistol round. No, we weren't. We were in the force.
This is what I'm ready for. They get some guns. They remove OGs. Now the true test of the T side for JT.
Remove OGs from the
only time we're going to revisit that. I think this is the last time we're bringing it up. I won't mention again, but James did say Keto is either the same size as me or a bit taller.
Hey,
so he's giving him that.
He's honorable.
193 centimeters. Don't know what that is in any other unit of measurement. Use a conversion. Everyone's got it. It's just in Google. So here we are. Keto is a tall guy, and a tall order needed here as OG embark on their first rifle round on this CT side.
I'm 185, so I'm like, 9/10 of the Keto.
6'3".
The maths may vary. Traps pop, cheeky. Heavy God's down in pit. These are the two stars of OG, but they're full blind. And Heavy God's got nothing. He gets a kill on the swing, but there's too many T's to trade. And Cole just win the round like that. What a slap in the face. Regali never even got to see. And Complexity, that's a nice confident display in the first gun.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a very nice moment for Complexity, right? Because in that first half, as you say, they were kind of playing at the pace that OG were playing at, which was pretty slow. And I think Complexity are a team that do quite well in the chaos. And so here, where they get to set the pace a little bit more, I think you're going to see a far greater variety of paces out of the Complexity squad, right? They certainly have that ability to slow it right down, give a bit more room to players on the extremities. There wasn't a whole lot of lurking out of OG in that first half. Heavy God did it a good deal, but it's not like he ever had like crazy rounds. It was really the exec that would win them the round. And so I think Complexity are going to have a bit more of a varied game, a bit more of a roller coaster going on. Up until now, it's been kind of a I was going to say a drag race because that's in a straight line, so it's the same pace, but then that's too quick. So it's like more of a, I don't know, what's like a slow race in a straight line? As the snail crawls, as they say.
Yeah.
Kind of like as the crow flies.
Wait, a snail or...
Crows are slow,
I think the crow just eat the snail.
I guess.
Is your first problem.
The rabbit and the hare. It's a
Crows
slow
ain't
race.
loyal, I'll tell you that.
Slow and steady wins first.
Nexia's peeking
I
down
feel like
through
that would
here.
be kind of the same point I was trying to make.
As Complexity take away Apartment's control heavily.
You're on fire today.
And the double smoke onto bottom banana, so it's really going to give him a lot more contention. You have the molly out that OG is... Oh! Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Fuck!
He has shattered Complexity.
That is absolutely mad. That is absolutely insane.
Oh, fuck.
Indeed, a heavy hand, liberal Deegs out through the apartments. And he's got bullets for everyone. JT is cowering in a corner. Terrified at the presence of a big deity, a heavy god.
Heavy god.
And hot hands now, he's on for the ace. He should get this. They should give him this. JT, a dead man as Heavy God gives us an absolutely beautiful ace round.
That was insane, bro.
The cleanest Deeg 4K I may have ever seen. That's... I mean...
Look at it! Look
Pop.
at the angle he's got! Look at what he's got to play
Pop.
with, man! And then he
Pop.
follows it up with this! And then down a shot
Pop,
as well.
bro. Halzerk one was
Oh,
insane.
we're Deeg fans. It's
And not the
one
Halzerk,
gun
it was
that
whoever
everyone
was on the
loves
top.
unanimously. And so when you get to witness a play like that, that's special. Beautiful from Heavy God.
Speechless. And that's why people are talking about this guy. If you were doubting... Well, you're not anymore. Bloody hell.
Okay. Regali's gonna get grim, slow down the pace. There's not a lot of money here for this Complexity side, so they're gonna start to get reset after this round, and that's gonna go into the 10th. So it really does feel like map 1. If this round is given up, if they don't really get if they don't get a bomb plant, I feel like they lose round 1 or map 1. I feel like this is it for them. Alicia's able to get something in a recovery on the Nexus, but that's a 1-for-1 trade. Keto's going to get killed by Halzerk. Halzerk's going to find a second piece. That's a nice quick scope that he's able to get, and he's going to give himself a little bit of space. Alicia's going to go into mini pit, try to give himself a little bit of the motor control, as he's not going to go fully into mini, or fully into big pit. But as I say that, he's just going to hold to make sure that Halzerk can't get crossed, and Regali's holding for the big pit player, and that's just int.
2 kills to the good already, but he's got to finish this with 4. He's got to finish this in 4.
Yes!
Fuck
Fuck yeah! This is insane. This is what I talk about. Complexity is always like, what the fuck, bro? That was an insane 4K for Halzerk. No ego. or anything. He's just like, let's deliver and let's carry it out. You know, it's a good round for him to win, but they can still get reset this round. The bomb plant still gives them a little bit of money and some flow for this round. They don't have as much to spend. Oh, okay. that one hurt to lose, legitimately. But yeah, so this is the round of the rounds because OG is about to get reset in this round, and yeah, okay, nice. Fiku, where's Regali? He was holding A with Heavy God, so it really does become this double rifle on Banana, and I feel like Fiku needs to back up. He does get one, but immediately traded at bottom Banana through JT as he kills Grim. Nexus is going to have to commit by himself, and they're going to commit to this double A play. Is Nexus going to try to push? No, he's just gonna rotate. He's gonna be in a rotated CT position. But Halser gets the information on there being about 2 people on this B site, and they kill both of them immediately. I didn't see J2 kill Regali, but I think that was a boiler kill.
And Heavy God, he knew what was going on when they saw the ult mid. He realized they were probably walking him abs. He had his teammates covered, but they both just get
almost done.
Dropped on short.
Yeah, that was very quick. That was a good recovery round after a clutch recovery round from Halsard. And that's why you buy complexities rights from Game Square. If you're Jason Lake, commit to this team. Fucking change this shitty ass logo, bro. Give us the OG. Give us something good again. This new one is not bad. I don't mind it, but it's just so plain and minimal. That's like, bro, it's literally just a Dallas Cowboys. It literally was just the Cowboys logo.
Grind this game out, put a stop to OG's reign of terror, put a stop to a team that you felt like would have been inspired after the Heavy God ace round, like everything was going their way.
Like it literally was just the Cowboys. But this was cool. I didn't know if they had it like that. But when it was just like in this all blue, it was literally just the Dallas Cowboys logo. Like, it doesn't matter. It's as bad as any nappers in the chat. And how's this going? Pigeon is up 8-2.
The adrenaline is going to be sky high. You know, you're kind of having an out-of-body experience. And you tell everyone, no, I don't need a pause. I'm fine. No, you need a pause. You're not fine. You probably think you're fine. You're not. You're not going to ride that momentum. You're shaking. Your hands are sweaty.
You sound like you're talking to yourself right now.
Your knees weak.
More than anything.
Mom spaghetti.
As a Deeg enjoyer, I understand it. We're right there with him.
Going into the 19th round, we're committed to a 9-9 half, or a 9-9 scoreline so far, 150, and Nexus is going to be switching up, pushes out into bottom mid with the only rifle, but he's not going to find anything. Regali's going to find a trade on a leash at bottom mid, or into the cubby on mid. But it's immediate 1-for-1. Nexus, Fiku is by himself on this B site. He has no util except for a second smoke that he's going to be used to delay as he calls in for a rotate on Keto. But right now, they're just going to commit 3 onto this A site. Keto's going to start to rotate now as Heavy God and Regali are going to start to back up. But are they going to commit fully? Oh, this is a crazy timing. This is a crazy timing. And Fiku is about to have it all with this smoke. Yeah, the perfect job. They commit 4 immediately into this B site, and this is a 4-on-4 fight that we're about to watch. It's about to be a bloodfest, man. That's why I don't speak patois for anyone who's asking. Okay, if Regali finds nothing, J2 finds a double kill on Fiku, Brink immediately gets Heavy God, and that is it. It was literally whoever was able to get the first kill, and I think it was Fiku or Regali who was trying to get a lead, or JT. If he got him, try to boost up onto that first oranges, or like in front of first oranges, maybe there's a change up in that round, you know? Now it's a 3-on-4, but they immediately just die 1 by 1. There's nobody who's able to get a pick except for Keto at the end, but it's already a 1v4 in that situation. What can you do? Nothing. Well, you know, you could Heavy God it, but probably not. Heavy God
And
immediately
it's nice to
loses
see
to
OG,
Grim.
despite a very
So
strong
it's
start,
just
still
what it
Complexity come back into their own.
And so, as we
And shows
speak,
the form.
economy
One out of this
reset,
team because
heading into the 10-9 half,
take that spot
or well not half, but into the
over
10-9 round on
the
round
major.
20. We're gonna see some money for
Continue in that
this
stride. You need to show
OG
with
side,
here in
but it
Showdown.
really does feel like
Both
Complexity
sides are
has
moving
a
into
hand
the
on
and
on
major
this
with
game so far,
expectation from Complexity.
or like just a bit of a
There's
lead
lot
into
on
this
the
game so far.
horizon for this roster.
If not the slightest, it
Right now
it
they're
really has been a
Yeah,
fair
I mean, one of the
fight,
things I'm so
and
happy about here
OG
is seeing Complexity remain, you know,
are
resilient.
not to be
And I
somewhat
don't want
like
to
are
bring it up, but
someone to
after
be
that heavy
doubted.
God round, like literally we've seen
And I'm
teams
also
think
getting
about it
really
with
cold
Elise
because I have
Grimmon
nothing.
capitulate in the back.
I'm just
of
wearing
one hell of a
shorts and
blaze suddenly coming out of the opposition, right? But they keep their heads screwed on. They don't let that one round define this game here on Inferno. Feels like it even, you know, pushed Halzerk a little harder.
Yeah.
Yep.
That big 1v2 right after. He's playing
1v2, that man won
JT
on
top ranking for
1v3. The
Complexity right now.
fuck?
That's kind of like the R&R,
Fuck you
man.
mean?
He was having some really, really strong games, and especially on T sides.
Alright.
You know, you often talk about in-game leaders entrying, so they can go in first. They can not only piece together where people are, but
Makes me a little
sometimes
warmer.
be traded because your in-game leader is typically one of your weaker, if not your weakest player mechanically. But JT sometimes throws that to the wind. He definitely has quiet games, but when he's just unleashed and getting double entries,
Yeah. I
it's
even remember those
glorious
games.
to watch.
I even remember those games where he would be playing on like 200
3, 2, 1.
and he would be going in first,
Regali
and
gets the
still making
immediate
it work
pick,
back
does
and
a
go.
smoke, or throws the
Regali
molly,
and Keto open up
and they're
this round, so
committing
maybe there's something for OG
to.
here,
Looks like
right?
they're
They
about to
don't win
commit
the
3 with
5-on-3,
GT.
they're not
Regali gets
to
the
win this
information,
game.
finds
Through
JT
the
through the smoke,
Regali,
and that is it. Elise Floppy gets a double pick on Heavy God and Nexus. Going into the third on Regali 2, clears out all of A-Site by himself, as Keto's going to be stuck Liberian. You're going to have Fiku who's going to have to rotate from bottom banana into top mid, into the brackets here, but they're not going to really have a lot of time. This is a fair round, but this is purely on Floppy, who gets all 3 kills needed for this A-Site attack. Keeps himself in the big pit as Halzerk is going to hold for anybody who tries to push into this cubby, and Floppy goes for the 4K. Is this going to be his ace? This is all him right now.
You can't stop the flop.
You can't
here.
stop the flop. The
Keto
flop
runs
just
for the
dropped
hills.
4 kills.
Floppy one shot
And
of
I don't
the
think they're
ace,
going to survive here.
recovers that round. What was it? What, a 2v4?
Yeah, they're dead.
5.
Oh no, they both survive. Floppy survives with 2 HP. Yeah.
They should not be winning that, but Floppy goes absolute.
Floppy, can't stop the flop, bro. This shit is insane.
All poised for that first flash for Halzerk, and it gives him the perfect pathing. And it really is the perfect pathing. Not just clearing pit, he knows it's a
That's
crossfire,
unfortunate
clears
for
sight,
OG though.
Gets into graveyard, cuts a rotate.
You really do
He's
expect
not even trying
to
deep
get
peek
some
yet.
form of recovery out of
Just trying
that,
to get set
but
up,
there's just
and
nothing.
That breaks you.
There's just nothing.
Cole didn't break after Heavy
Yeah,
God's D-Grab,
yeah.
but that will kill OG.
Yeah. No, you're dead on. And you know, this is, considering, you know,
And-
my whole elevator pitch for this matchup was kind of the spirit level, the judge complexity.
That is also
against
another
fantastic.
notion
They're
to bring up
experienced
into
in these
this.
regards.
I don't know if I'm using that word
can't afford
properly,
to get
but
upset by
Heavy God
having
hasn't gotten a
crazy
kill
rounds
outside of
so
that
they
ace
haven't
round.
yet.
Hey, 5v3.
And they're the ones
You know,
offering up
he's
the big moments now.
he's
They're the
been
ones
very
offering up
big
the
and
clutches.
vital,
At 2v5
having a
again,
lot of
if
impact for
Halzerk
this
and
team,
JT
but
left
that
up in it,
is one of those, like,
surely there's a limit to how many of these
now he
you
gets a
can
kill.
win.
Yes, which
Surely you can't win all of them.
smoke down, but you'd like to say
JT with the double piece though, it doesn't even matter. What the fuck is happening this game, bro? They throw a double mollies into CT, make sure that nobody's able to push us. Halzerk is gonna slowly watch the CT as the smoke clears. Is JT what is, okay, no, you're just gonna walk straight into the up. Now you're stuck in a 1v3 situation. Regali is gonna have you committed. Regali is gonna have you choked out as Nexus is gonna wait for the smoke to fade. He's slowly gonna push up, and honestly, Regali doesn't have to do anything, but he misses the timing. This is impossible. This is possible. No. Regali misses the off shot. Heavy, if Halzerk hits the kill on Nexus, keeps himself hidden, he knows that he keeps himself tucked on time. He keeps himself tucked on time. I'm so like tense right now. Like, I can't even speak properly. Holy fuck.
And you're constantly worried that you're gonna lose that. That's not how the game should work. It's not sustainable, surely. So at least they put a stop to this one. At least they lock this one down and put it in a box.
This is a close game. Like it's felt not as close because Complexity have had such a solid T side here on this comeback. But
I'd say right now you commit into the triple B setup because
times 4-0.
You can have a late lurk. You can do the JT lurk up into the smoke because if they're gonna throw that double smoke into the molly at logs,
just doing their best to remain in this map.
If they're gonna throw the smoke over wood and then under CT or under logs so that they can molly this section, you're gonna have this gap here that somebody can start to push, throw a flash over half wall, get somebody who can clear that.
Killed nearly as many chickens as he has bad guys.
How do you know the chickens aren't the bad guys?
True.
Grim is gonna give himself the molly. Up on card, they throw the nade, the double molly.
Interesting, at least.
So instead they're gonna do a double smoke at the logs, and they're gonna molly close, make sure that nobody's able to push, and they're gonna commit 3 into this B site. Alish has a lot of comfort up already out mid. Holy shit. This is the 20th second. Floppy has a lot of control again. Up on Archers. Wait for it. Clears the smoke. But they are contended right now. They are in a lot of contention, and we're about to see it in the next 10-15 seconds. Floppy gets mollied out as Alish gets his information and pushes up. Alish gets his free pick here, but I don't think he's ready for Heavy God. He gets Heavy God too? Okay. And J2's about to die to whoever's in the library. No, Fiku is smoked off. I didn't realize that initially. So he's going to be able to get himself into a faded position. They're going to have to save these guns. There's not much you can do. Grim is hunting already, and there's not a lot of money on this complexity side, so there's not really a need. But yeah, they're definitely gonna commit into this hold.
You love it when you just get 2 and then the round is over. So that's exactly what happens here. Something a lot cleaner for Complexity, and that's important in the long run, right? They were starting to run out of money. They were starting to have their backs put against the wall, and so this round puts a bit of a buffer between them and OG. They move on a map point, and they can even withstand a loss.
Saving guns is fine here for Cole. They don't need to die on this fight.
Yep,
it's not
exactly.
favorable, and they don't have the money
not
anyway,
really a lot of money, and you kept the up.
Play for that quick closer.
Oh, thank God, Leash is able to get the flick kill on there, you know. Do his practice, do his aimbot warm-ups, guys, if you want.
He just waltz in, and Ali just walked all the way up short. It's a gap that you've got to consider.
Yeah, and you know, that's one where you wonder, like, has that been commed across? I think it's one thing for him to, you know, give up the opener like that, but if he's never aware that that's kind of a possibility that Heavy God is back at the apartments, holding only for the walkout, it's a little more forgivable, but still, yeah, these are things that need to be going through your head, because when Alish finds a gap like that, he's got the intuition, he's got the experience.
Back to wireless.
Further ahead than the opponents are ready for.
Heavy God's about to get a free kill here on Leash too. Revenge for the last round. But there's going to be 2. I like this Nexus Heavy God. Heavy God gets a second one immediately with a Y peak. Those are some crazy mechanics that he's able to contain. Like that he just keeps possession of. And this is going to be a give up round. Yeah. I don't think Grim is going to be able to get a recovery here. Oh, Halzerk. Halzerk is not going to be able to get bomb plant though. Okay, still gets bomb plant though. Yeah, I like that he's trying to push. No, was not ready for that. I think if he held that angle, but that's just a lot of pressure. But Banana being able to push on you, so I get why you would want to just hold a little bit more aggressively.
But we do that one. Certainly had legs on it for a moment, right? When they break in, when they kind of recover, they get the bomb planted. That could have got out of hand. And so OG keep their cool here. In spite of this like clean double opener from Heavy God over in the apartments, that one could have got out of hand. And so they regain control. Now 1 round away from OG.
Okay, at least you don't smash your desk. Good control, good resistance.
Oh my God, Grim. Just got, yeah, 2 ball guys. It's hard. Grim, he just full pogged. He thought they were going to win that.
To be fair, I thought they would have won that too.
JT always looks so cool.
As soon as JT pushes through that smoke and he's not able to find anything, it's just like, well, that's unfortunate.
Very charming guy.
You kind of got to give it what it is, call it what it is.
But that's not really relevant to the game, is it? And so we're 1 round away from OT. OG gonna try and bring us there kicking and screaming.
They really, the fact they're in this is commendable right now. Like, this has been an like the Eagle round was sick, but nothing built off of it. Oh my god, running at the
I did not see that. I missed that.
He gets that entry kill and will die right after that. They weren't able to trade the nade and the molly combo as a blocked complexity at the top of B. I bet Grim feels like it should have been traded there. Leash didn't go wide. 4-on-4 here. Cole can still
that Nicki song still, bro.
B site.
Alright, the double peek we're about to see. The CT smoke off of the retake smoke. I like that I like the flower smoke. That's a nice little bounce off too, because it's...
Trying to take on Regali.
I don't even know how to do that. I want to watch a VOD. Gotta watch a VOD to see that. What are we looking at? 4v4 situation. Alicia's gonna stay at top car. JT's gonna push himself up, down bracket, or push himself up mid. I think he's gonna get himself caught at brackets. Yep. But you still have Floppy and Halzer, who's gonna double up into apps. They're smoked off. Alicia dies when Nexus, and this is a free.
And that's going to leave you with this 2-man
this is OT.
Out in towards A. Time is of the essence. There's under 30 seconds left. And so they've got to get past this Regali Orb. They've got to get past Heavy God. And then they've got to get set up in a post plant to withstand.
Oh!
That's easier to say
Oh,
than done.
this is it.
With,
Heavy God gets 2. I don't not see him getting not 2. Never mind. I jinxed it. I fucking jinxed it.
We've seen a great play from the flop on this A site with the bomb planted. It was a
don't stop the flop. Did he
round.
reload?
He's got to deliver that again, or else this is run back in OT. An OG group together. Floppy tucked in at the boxes, peeking up, doesn't get the vision on him the first time around, and he can't recover the spray.
Yeah.
Keto deals with him, and overtime is locked in.
They recognized that and they went for a play
Oh
out
shit!
Even
It's
with
been a
20
recovery here on the
seconds left,
NIPFA
it's
side.
extremely crucial because even if there wasn't any players out monster, they just reset and they go A and they'll be there in time.
See, and this is a lot more of an understandable setup from what I was looking at. Double long, you're giving up all the divider and bathroom information, but that's okay because you have the Heaven rotate immediately coming in. Heaven rotate is basically your ace at anchor, and then you have one who's playing deep pit.
Try and be a nuisance. Try and be a menace.
Oh, Anna, you got this right here.
She's now waiting. Obviously, sees the trajectory of the smoke as well. Kiara is locked in behind the pillar.
Oh, this is awkward.
Anyone peeks short from the other side. I mean, she has
yeah, perfect.
Perfect
Perfect position.
A peek into short felt inevitable, and now she can lock aim out.
And who's that? Jenkin drops into monster already. So wow, Anna already has the information. You got the information. You don't need to contend on short at all until they molly or flash you. Yeah, and Nanami is not gonna find anything. Oh, but the double. Okay. Now you're just trying to save.
Finally, Pigeons break through.
I actually think the incendiary.
Has the stat track always been that far back on the up? What?
Because it pushed Pigeons back and it made them turn around, and as they turn around, they spot Naomi in the connector. If that molly was a little bit shallower, if it just went just towards the entranceway of where short meets the B spot
What?
that would have worked out
I
better,
guess I haven't owned a stat track up in so long. The fact that it's that far back, it just feels improper. Okay, we're gonna keep that round hidden, or keep that game hidden for now. Pause it. So Complexity is able to find the first round heading into overtime. I miss it completely, but it's with a double B pick, triple B pick, as you lose Alicia clearing it. Nexus and Heavy Gauge not really able to find anything, and I rotate, and Let's actually just keep mind of this because it's only a 10:30 game, so this looks like it can be a quick round, quick 2 rounds. So now you're gonna have. Oh, you're doing 1A, 4B here. Top con player who's just trying to keep presence, and then you're just gonna apply a lot of aggression short. I like this setup. Do you have 2 people who are following you off of the short player though? Yeah.
I think the spawns in this latest change have also.
And absolutely nothing is found, and this op is not gonna find anything. Wow.
In the early stages, JT does it again, solo this time.
You can't even see the op. That's just Tori. What a 4-piece.
Give it up completely. So JT, this is actually great for him. He can sell something for his team, set up for an A hit.
Was that a back church smoke?
It keeps both those players there, and it forces Util out of the B hold. So that means, you know,
JT's gonna find himself going back into top mid with Halzerk, as there's 3 people that are about to leak out of this apps. But Golly's not ready, you know. Nexus finds JT through the smoke, but this is a 3-on-4, very awkward contention because they don't have Moto fully controlled. They don't have lane. They just get porch control with the 1 pick off of the flash on Nexus, but now it's a 3-on-3, and you're committing here. I mean, it's OT. You kind of got to commit to your OT rounds. Golly's going to be able to get a buy from Nexus next round.
Of a pit, so Halzerk will happily keep his head down and wait for OG to make an appearance. They've got to go for this. Can't stay forever in overtime, and Grim will shut them down at the first push. Someone needs to get on the bomb and hope for the best. They can't even find it.
Literally, Halzerk doesn't even care at this point.
Complexity converting yet again. They even think there might be someone on. Not today.
Yeah, it's okay that they can both die. You'll take that. Alright, 1 minute into this round, though. We're heading 40 seconds into this round. And we're just getting the first kill.
This swing, no one's prepared to trade. No one's set up on long to put pressure on. And that didn't feel like a play that had any more value with its timing. You could have done that later.
Yeah, it's not like he's there on some crazy timing and has the element of surprise, right? They literally know about him over the ward short. He's loud on the approach. There's a lot of
utility damage.
And if
Golly.
you really only have 2 angles you're watching at that point in the round. Moto, which is smoked, and Short, which is smoked as well. Regali on that orb nails the opener and tees up Nexius for another kill.
He's been very keen to do this. It's nice to actually see it work for once now, because Complexity a bit disrespecting Util for the majority of their T side. So Regali sets up Nexius, both hit their shots. And OG fall back into a nice passive setup. They have so much util. They still have a lot of info. They can opt to play a full retake on B with the advantage. That would be nice. Or waiting, and they're going to give it to him dry.
Oh, no, no, no.
Stop the mid-fight. Regali, give it a second chance.
This is going to be an OG round. I mean, I wanted to say that before the molly, but yeah. This is going to be an OG round. The triple B, triple A setup with the nade.
Lovely nade at a heavy god.
We saw Keto's utility damage of 400 plus already coming into this round.
Heavy god doesn't get the second one. And Pigeons does end up finding the match point for round 1, or for map 1.
Regali's got this angle locked in. There's players watching the cross, and JT won't be able to survive the night. Keto hounds him down.
So as I said, gonna be a 2-1.
It starts with that Regali orb getting involved, teeing up.
Actually, it's so late that it's not even like an actual read.
They ease back into the
that they're gonna win that last round.
They play around the util. They're not the ones.
Yeah, if I'm Sass, I pop all those balloons.
Finally, like one of these
okay. Okay.
Really
GG's. Cat is about to get nope. L and they lose. No. Cat's not even gonna. Aim's not even gonna go for bomb. They won't even try to push flank. They're gonna try to push for con. Aim expects this. Nice. Saz and Anya. There's something beautiful.
Yeah, double up CT.
I just want to see
Maybe
this round, man.
struggling with the right for 11
Aim
and
is
20.
about to lose
And a
as soon as
couple
she
of
peeks
nice
out.
entry rounds, but gonna solo up on A.
Yep.
Risky.
Easy money for
Especially in his
Saz.
position.
Or for Ann, I mean.
Deep into boiler, he'll go back to long.
First round, first map for Pigeons.
Even a flash primed. After Hauser takes a shot, Grim can be flashed, or why wait?
Oh, 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 double no.
Fight for even more, but ends up out in no man's land, and that's where Keto gets the better of him.
They needed logs there, easy trade.
A shot from the Elige AWP.
No, 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 no. Alicia's not ready for this, and they're gonna win the second round.
Nice
And they're gonna
entries,
see the
but
halls
heavy
are
goal.
got.
23 and
Keto's gonna hunt.
the real deal right now, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of like trifecta, you've got, you know, Regali and Heavy God looking fantastic, and then Keto in alongside them, really trying to carve out.
Keto does not give a fuck, bro.
Haven't seen much
This man
from
is
the
uber
OG
confident.
member of Biku. Hasn't been super needed. Nexius, you know, we said a few rounds ago, I haven't had to say his name all too much, but I like the way he's been playing around Regali. I like how he's been trying to, you know, use that as a bit of a leg up to give himself options in this game. And it's another round where Regali opening on the AWP
Heavy God
is the difference
or
maker.
Gali openings. I mean, you can call out for Fiku, but these are some really great numbers for openings compared to the complexity side, which is really a good.
As far as they're concerned, this game should have been over by now.
Yeah.
Regali still making moves in the start of these rounds. He is so keen to just ride this.
It really
keep
tells
getting
you
involved.
how intense, how close these
early
matches have been.
stages.
That there's only been one clutch round, and that was the Halzerk
What
1v2,
do we have to, they want to go
or
to
like
execute,
1v2,
they have
2v3.
Reset for the bomb. Banana taking it does look tempting. Houselook waits on that contact line. This is often good for a kill.
Where's the flash pop?
Unless OG consider it, they can jump, they can fake it,
Who's doing the flash pop?
bait this shot.
Nexus? No.
First round of util,
Now he is.
eyeing up a response.
Halzerk's ready. Oh my god. Walk through the mollies. They are so low.
Grim drops a smoke at the perfect time of Hauserk's kill. And even though the molly certainly
Oh,
works,
Heavy God gets a pick here on Leash.
man up.
Yep.
He just
Now
misses
they
that
just
timing.
walk
Heavy God
onto
moves
A
through the
site.
smoke as he
Floppy and
pulls the
JT
pin on the
actually
day.
can get this right
That's
now.
opened up a route to the A play. OG are not out of this round yet. They're still believing.
Oh, this actually works out for complexity. This is beneficial for complexity. Wow, what a great crossfire that they were able to do. That's a little unfortunate that they didn't. Maybe you don't want to put one person on porch just in case they die and you have less people on the arch. You take that 2-on-2 with all 4 people taking that arch site. But damn, if you put one person porch just so like they have that late contention as you guys are pushing from that arch, you have a bit more of a pinch on that A site. That's kind of what they were. That's what they did on that church hit, right? I was talking about that when they did that double smoke into the front and then a second smoke into back rail so that they were able to push church flank as Fiku was hiding at first oranges. If they did something like that with somebody porch, that would have been a different round. But that also completely changes because Floppy is on porch and he's not sight. If Floppy's sight, they win that round because or not Floppy. If Grim is sight, then or whoever was porch, then I think it might have been JT. Then that changes a lot of that round. Who was that? It was JT.
They are surrounding Elige. He is in bloody water with sharks everywhere.
One player sight, one player pit, then that round loses. Oh, Fiku gets the Elige kill. Elige has not found any openings, man. That's double entry on him again.
CT sides, but Cole have done it without him before. They might have to do it again.
I actually think the round before Halzer got the initial kill and then Elige died.
Here's that rotate, so we may see OG shift their focus towards an A hit.
What are these button sounds, bro?
With that AWP,
Yeah, fix your fan.
towards the short side, and he's got
British
the weight of the
fans.
world on his shoulders here.
Heavy God doesn't get any information on where. This is awkward as fuck. Floppy needs to be a fast rotate like ASAP. Pulsar gets 2. There's no way he gets 3. There's no way he gets 4. Yeah, okay. No. This is fine. This is fine. This is completely fine. You have a molly flash, and there's nothing on this OG side for any contention. Floppy's about to walk through the smoke. JT gets 2. No. Regali gets the double. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Floppy, let's go. Let's go.
Right at the 11th hour, 16-14, and Complexity take OG's map pick.
Damn, Grim is getting big. That comes from a fat nigga. I'm fat. I'm fat, boys.
excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
Well, quite the map on our hands. So close yet so far from double overtime. This is the round that seals it. I thought it was done with, but Halzerk stepped up. He was one of the guys we called out and said had to have impact. And in this round, it's spectacular. But, I mean, it feels like down the stretch, you got to give most of the credit for complexity over to Floppy. Bubsky. Floppy played an incredible game.
He also is the main character in the last round. Obviously, does a really good sidestep here towards the end. It shows that he's really calm in this situation. Like, fakes out the jiggle here, gets the ult to shoot, easy peasy, and moves into the next map. Also means a devastating loss for Heavy God.
Yeah, devastating loss for OG, devastating loss for Heavy God, who did a lot of the heavy lifting. He had that spectacular Deagle 4K as well. So many situations where individually he kept OG alive and fighting for this game. So, yeah, losing Inferno in this fashion has got to be a little bit crushing for OG because it felt like they had it in the... They had it close enough to really taste the win there.
We even see Keto, the in-game leader, who's been on a downtrend when it comes to their like individual level, but he's actually stepping up in this one, and it's still not enough for OG to cross over the winning line. A game like this is a must-win for OG, right? They're gonna go out in Anubis next, and this was the Inferno, which, in my opinion, is always like the most 50-50 map we see. I don't have any statistics to back it up, but just from initially watching and playing games myself on Inferno, it often feels like it's a map where equally teams can get a decent amount of rounds on the CT&T side.
You know, it's kind of funny looking at these scoreboards, or the scoreboards, just because OG had Regali and Heavy God at the top, the guys you'd expect to be there. They had the extra step up of Keto with his performance with 23 kills. And you go over to Complexity, where you think it's more like we talk so much about Elish and Grim, and actually those guys are at the bottom of the scoreboard. They had all the other supporting cast step up. Halzerk, JT, and Floppy carried this one through for the usual stars.
Yeah, but it also shows what type of roster Complexity is when Elish is not playing up to his level, right? He's on a 120 type rating for the most part of his Complexity career, and it really changes the games. If he's not even remotely living up to that, it's a vastly different team, and we see the outcome here. They're playing a very, very close game to OG. Normally, it's a pretty, I wouldn't say easy game against OG, but they would do it more convincing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I guess if you're Complexity at this point, you know, close doesn't really matter. Remember, they had that long trip over from Mexico after the RMRs. You know, playing right away, probably deal with a little bit of exhaustion, a little bit of jet lag, and they're just like, we're happy to have the win. Wasn't pretty, wasn't anything to be super excited about, isn't any kind of a statement game, but let's just get the win and get out of here. And
yeah, I mean, for sure they're not gonna rewatch that game and be like, that was the way of the Complexity, right? It happens sometimes in these online qualifiers. There's different stakes for different teams, right? OG has nothing to play really. They have to do everything in their power to prepare for this. They've had like a couple of days to sit and watch demos of Complexity, while on the other hand, what Complexity has been focusing on is probably getting a good night's of sleep and actually being ready to play this game at all. So it's a different perspective from each team, but the better team managed to win, even though they had a less preparation.
Yeah, for sure. And now we go into, as you kind of mentioned earlier, Anubis pick for Complexity is going to be the next map in the series. And I mean, interestingly enough, this lineup of OG across the last 3 months have not played Anubis at all. Got nothing on record. So you're sat there and you're scratching your head and you're like, what exactly
I'm taking
is
my
OG
money.
for us on Anubis?
This is
And
going to be
feels
an
like in
easy
this kind of a
2-0. I'm
situation,
praying
you
for
have
it.
to lean and rely even more heavily on Heavy God, on Regali, and on Keto potentially to have a
I mean,
repeat.
I think I said before the game that it's hard to be positive about OG because it's been looking so dire for such a long period, right? And there's not much data on the team either. And now we even get out to a map where there's 0 data, so it's super hard to have even a remotely close answer to what they're gonna bring to this game. I hope it's gonna be that comfort pick, and they actually have practiced it a lot because they haven't been playing the RMR. They haven't been.
They have not. Where are we at for this? Back in like 2 minutes. There's not a lot of content that comes out of that.
Because
like,
LeBron James
FE team.
was really,
The FE
really
teams.
mean
But
to
I'm
James.
very much a big fan of this Pigeon team because of just the, you know, I saw the Anya, I think this is like her 2nd or 3rd year that she got Player of the Year, Woman of the Year, plus the team that she was with before. So it seems like there's a little bit of excitement coming out of that program, but then there is also Saz, who I'm just an OG fan of because, you know, Saz is, you know, one of the pioneers for the 2015 women's scene. you know, Miss Harvey, Goose Breeder, the Dignitas FE team, or CLG FE team. There was no Team Liquid FE at the time, unfortunately. No Cloud9 FE at the time. You had very, like, you know, these different NA orgs that really built this Pioneer. But which one is it? It was Pigeons and one of these. Yeah, Big has Juliana, so I'm a big fan. The only one I really miss, my favorite, was Mimi. Mimi Chilia. Mimi, in my opinion, actually had the potential to, like, she could have carried, because at the time she joined G or Valor in 2020, she would have been 22, 23, and obviously there was a lot more potential for the female side of Valorant than there was for CS, and that's why basically every CS female player transitioned at the time that was tier 1, because A, the competition just wasn't worth it in the online experience, and 2, there was just also can I find her on? No. Yeah, anyways, it was just a big shift. We can do Valorant now. We can go into CS, Counter-Strike. Oh, I can't find hers on Counter-Strike. Yeah, 2013 to 2021. No, so she still played in that final year. It was kind of just like in and out, exit. But it's just like, man, really could have had like this build up into this next generation. Because what was this team of exit? Saz, Giuliano, exactly. Magdaddy, Petra. I know her. I don't remember her name though. Where did I remember seeing him from? Copenhagen Flames? No. Definitely not. At the time. Yeah, Vilga. I remember Vilga. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. We run this place. Okay, this was where Team Secret FE, this was the OG lineup. This is a different lineup that they had now, but what was the time that I was watching them? Oh, Csgo. Yeah, exactly. Csgo, Giuliano, and Antica. Yes, sir, bro. She plays CS now. No, she's still playing CS. Like Antica, Saz, Mimi, Vilga, like this was the lineup that I grew up with, man. Like this was the domination team. How long were they together? They were literally around for just a year. It's kind of crazy. Team Secret to Team Dynasty, and then they just like, man. What could have been? What really could have been?
On the quality that we see from the players.
I miss Mimi, bro. Maybe I'll take a yellow crosshair.
That jet lag and that travel factor is always an X factor in these games in terms of not knowing what you're going to get out of the players and the teams who have these long trips. Either way, as you mentioned, if they win tier today against OG, if they win just one more map, they move on to play Heroic in the quarterfinals, and that is a big step up. Heroic playing really well. So Complexity trying to wrap this one up nice and quick is what I'm trying to say, so they can get some rest and start focusing forward onto the matchup against Heroic. We've got map number 2. It's Anubis. It's coming up next. It's coming up after the break as Complexity try and close this series out. When we return, Harry and Hugo on the mic to take you through it.
Okay, not check. What about recent tournaments? 3rd place. It really just feels so dry, bro. It's like she hasn't competed. There hasn't been a tournament in 3 months, technically. For any VCT. Any tier 1 VCT, I guess. It's like, what are, like, such massive gaps in all of these tournaments, man. She's been here since day one. Yeah. I mean, the G2 money is so worth it. I'm not even upset that she's taking that money. Money is so worth it. Oh, my hair is so tense. Oh, my hair is so tense. Alright, we see a pistol round though.
NIP not ready for the amount of pace that Pigeons are providing up there, and I feel like you hear so many of these players. Naomi's still on the bomb site, just trying to gut them all out. Zaz takes the space, but it's Jenkins.
Oh, but they're not ready for the site and the bomb flash and the site flash. Oh, but they're not ready for 20 on this flank, and I don't think they expect the bomb or the kit. No! NIP does get the one though.
Smoke kit combo prevails.
It's the only time the NIP can win around.
Plenty of
Their
captures
FE
to
team
back
can't
it.
even hate.
Win out that pistol,
I
and
got a
that
good
was
FE team.
pixie one, right? The fake out, they got the space on towards B, but Zaz gets caught on the flank. It means that all of the CTs can then focus their attention on towards B, and the extra lurk that was meant to come through at the end is too late. The bomb's already defused at that point. So I really like the proactivity at how fast NIP were to respond to B and just get on top of it.
It was really good protocols as well. It was the flash play, and this time they were all ready to go. It was immediate, and the trades were there, which is so often hindering them, especially on that first map of Overpass. So good to see them already just kind of recover. The smoke has gone deep down the gap, which makes things a little bit tricky.
You got the double, well, you got one B anchor, heavy anchor, then you have the scaffold players, the mid elevator, and then the double A ramp players, sandbags and deep ramp. And we're about to see the point of contention right here on the sandbags player. And Nemini is able to get something and is able to back up so that there's a bit of recovery. Molly's offshore, doesn't smoke off the front side, but they're still a minute on time. Does have a player, or well, I guess, yeah, has a player advantage in the situation right now. And this is going to be a slow transition for the NIP team to take up A site. Saz just is maintaining short. Anna doesn't win anything on sandbag. Saz immediately dies off yellow as they have 2-3 players that are slowly walking up on the A default just to take back over. And now it's down to Cat in the 1v4 with the AK head armor. Does have bomb, so is able to do something with the smoke left, but I don't think she's going to be able to find both players. Yeah, loses the first one, now she's not going to be able to get the second one. That could have changed, definitely, if she gets the first one. Throws the smoke, maybe is able to isolate that one fight, but I don't think she's ready for how close that player is. And that was just a nice little pre-fire on the aim, just able to get the first kill so that she can be in a one and done situation rather than getting nothing. And now we commit. Naomi getting 3 picks.
This is going to be one they're comfortable on. One of their favorite maps. Yeah, recently not been playing it as much. They had some trouble towards the end of last year at full final. But if you remember the Sydney run for Complexity,
yeah, it was like
a lot
one
of it was
backbone maps.
Yeah, it was predicated off of this map. 4 out of 5 times they played it, they won it. And the one time they lost it to G2, it was in the group stage. They went on, they replayed it in playoffs, and they beat them dominant, like 13-8 or something. So it was a great map for them in the dawn of CS2, and here we are, you know, almost 6 months later, and yeah, they're still rocking around and having fun on Anubis.
I knew TC would have like a nice looking bedroom.
Yeah, where's he been?
I know he hasn't had his cam on, yeah.
Hey.
But look at how nice that is. Bed's made, you got the decorative pillows on there, bears in the middle. It's all very put together, as you know, TC's whole vibe is. He's a very put together guy. He's smiling like we're having like a FaceTime conversation, like he understands. Yeah. Oh, he's got a little water as well. Yeah. Just such a nice vibe.
NIP is able to win the 3rd round off bomb plant too, or not bomb plant.
That we've had, like, you know, mostly over in the NA region,
off the buy round.
There's actually a good amount of representation right now from that region. We have Mistem on Young Ninjas who played.
They just committed into it. No, it wasn't a buy round, so it was just a reset so that they're going to be able to get Ana and up and have full round or full util economy here. Yeah, everybody's dropped down.
Old school. Here in the Complexity camp, around for a while now, and they're looking to run through this showdown and take on Heroic. That would be a spicy game, but they've got to knock OG down a peg first and eliminate them here in
Peg.
2. I certainly feel like that should be happening today.
Yeah.
I like this 4-up mid immediate aggression with the molly into second.
It feels like here for OG if they did
You hear all the information. Grim is gonna die, and Halsrick is going. Oh, this is getting heavily pinched. They're gonna give a B side. Leash is not gonna find anything. He is gonna push, but yeah, not gonna be able to find anything. Halsrick is not gonna be in at any point to contend because as soon as he peeks, he's gonna get caught by Fiku. And Nexus is slow clearing him as he's going to the opposite side. Never mind, Halsrick does get 1 and Fiku's not in position, and this is going to be an immediate contention. They do get the 2-piece, and now it is on 3-on-3, a little bit more easier. And speaking of playing hand, they are not ready. A nice win for 1 trade, but Complexity is not going to be able to get this without bomb playing. Hito is about to get them for free. No? Yeah, but there's going to be no time anyway, so it doesn't matter what the hell happens.
Nothing that Halzerk can do. As clean as that shot is, he's got to run for the hills.
Yeah, that plot
Try to
position
save
is
armor.
pretty uncomfortable right
Hito
now.
dies, no.
It was just open for long,
Fiku.
but
I meant.
waiting on a CT flank. That was the
Yo, this man's camera angle has such a defined jaw on him. Like his jaw looks so extreme from the angle that it is.
Temple flank pistol. Fiku waiting patiently.
Kito has a jaw on him, but like the side profile, like the 45-degree profile that his camera's at is just like so intense.
These are great places to be for OG, I think.
I'm not hating. I'm just like.
Game. Kito gets the call, and we saw.
I ain't trying to be a dick.
The firepower is
But
there.
everything I say is fucking dickish.
So.
Oh, Lee's not able to get any damage. Really, that was a 40. That's a 46 hit. 1 shot, or well, like 1 pump.
Cole have a chance. Albeit a small one, they've lost their dark player.
Okay, so they're able to clear out mid, get all the information that nobody else is there, and they're just gonna run it into the B site. This is gonna be a point of contention, and there's nothing to contend for. It's just gonna be the better guns, the Galil, the AK. They're gonna be the MP9s, even with some head armor. Alright, so it's not as extreme as I thought, you know. But sometimes with how the loose front here is with Kito, it kind of just makes it sound. It just makes it seem a little bit more extreme. Either that, or in my head, I'm just projecting it to be a lot more extreme than it really is, which is possible, truly possible.
But even the core of this team, as you said, Harry, doesn't scream success, but even their numbers on Inferno weren't great. And
The double molly, Kito pushes up, and they're gonna have 3 outside A. No one really outside B. They're putting 3 on this team or complexity side. Alicia's gonna do an immediate rotate off of the Halls of Death, and they're gonna have JT and Grim slowly pushing out B. Nexus is probably gonna be able to find information, but I think he's gonna get himself caught. JT is not pushed up enough to be in a position to trade, so that's not gonna lead to anything to get the information that 2 are there, and they're just gonna slowly pinch onto this ace. At least he's not gonna find anything. Realistically, maybe just a P250 kill on the exit, but I don't see any real reason for him. Well, yeah, I see a reason for him to push. I just don't see a reason for him to get the kill because, yeah, it's just a little too much of a commitment for him, and JT is not really going to find anything. Maybe he can get Regali in this situation, the way that it looks like he's isolated himself, but no, he's not even in ranks. He's in the opposite corner of T stairs. Opposite cubby of T stairs.
After he got demoted, dude, he was, if you're part of my friends, shitting on kids. Like, he was destroying people, dude. He was going like 20-1 in the Academy League just every day. He didn't care. Please pardon my French.
No. Oh, JT!
Pardon. Right? Is that how they say it?
Mercy.
Mercy.
Mercy, please.
Merci beaucoup.
No, he was really, really good on that team. And then when he came back to big after a bit of time in the academy, and he actually looked solid. He looked like he'd, I don't want to say like reinvented himself, but he'd come back in with a better mind,
You know,
better attitude.
I believed in Montu.
Definitely better performance.
I really don't understand why this big org went into a non-German
Ever since then, he's been leading, right?
like
Joyce OG
lane
calling for
to
those,
just, as soon as the RMR fumbled,
even talking
just be like, okay, we're not committing to this. We're going back to fully
Game.
German. Like, bro.
You know, and obviously when he very first joined,
Bro.
he was under Nexus, so got to kind of
Crimbo deserves more than just big, bro. Crimbo deserves more. But then I see Crimbo as like almost like a Topson Magix, not Topson, Chopper Magix, where it's like Crimbo fits this godly Topson style so much in the sense of like, if you can really make him a godly piece, a consistently godly piece in your system, which he currently is. It's just about making sure that he can become like such a dominant player that like he wins you guys entire games on the top stages. But you can't really do it on top stages. It's so hard to be that level consistent.
Very confident on. I don't think you can.
But in the sense of like, I'd like to see Chopper stay his career with Magix, or Magix in reverse, Magix stay his career with Chopper. Just because of like, it's like a combo that you just don't see going away from each other. Same thing with Topson and Crimbo. It's like I want Crimbo to have so much more than what Big is giving him, but I want Topson to be like Topson and God B to be the reason, like the philosophy of why they're winning. Just having the new German pieces that allow them to be in the contention. It's the groundwork that stayed the same, but the players that are pushing it to new heights, complete new heights that we have not thought about since like the first international stage of Big, right? The Smuya days of OG or Big. I don't know if I said Big or OG the first time.
Taken by Nexius. Alongside.
Bombs outside B with Fiku.
Just have to reset B.
Going triple mid, and Heavy God's gonna stay outside Rugs, holding for the late rotate on anybody who's trying to push Dark or a main. And Halzerk and Elise are about to have a contention here in the next 15 seconds. Regali's about to get a free. No, Regali gets immediately traded, and this is a nice trade.
It's a massacre in middle.
Really nice trade from Floppy. Halzerk able to get with Keto and Nexus. Regali just unfortunate, just gets caught in the timing at which he's about to throw the util. They have A site completely open now. They smoke off camera. They molly off CT. Fiku's gonna go for the main bomb plant. Heavy God's gonna hold contention while JT does a flank, and they're gonna double up on camera. Grim and Alicia at least. Throw a flash over, and they're just gonna try to peek over the smoke, trying to see if they can get any crossfire. Maybe, but I don't think they're gonna see him. They definitely didn't see him through the boost. But Heavy God's about to get all the information he needs. Yeah, this is a tough loss. That flash went way too early because JT's not in position to contend for it. They're not playing off of that, so they just wasted that util without having anybody try to do anything off of it.
But it's that tiny bit of respect that's given by JT to Fiku on that drop down, that no swing, that no punish. And with Heavy God already deep up in the A site, taking space after so many players were spotted in middle, it all comes.
It's kind of crazy that Halzerk plays with a.
5 in a row now.
That would be his left hand, so it's his keyboard hand. Playing with a watch on. It's not like crazy, but when it's like a fully metal watch, I would assume it gets a little discomforting. This is the 6th round, and we don't even see one round on this complexity side. They're gonna have Elise go with AKI or A1S armor, but there's not gonna be anything that comes out of it. Maybe just a pick.
That's good cover.
Yeah.
swing and a hit here for OG.
Now you have to save, and I feel like this is the time and opportunity in which OG starts to hunt. Fiku's on the complete other side. Heavy God's already outside of the T stairs, slowly about to walk it up. And this is about to be a tense hold if you're a Liege. Maybe if you're GT, you get a nice win deep.
One of the things that we sort of talked about was how losing that first rifle can feel like a real punch in the gut, and it does for Complexity. They are going to have that.
I didn't see that they had a second one. I thought it was just a Liege.
Next come out. And that pressure never really goes away, never truly goes away on the CT
Okay,
side.
but you're getting 34,
Like this one,
so it's like
flawless rounds coming down the pipeline.
this sucks, but this doesn't really suck because you're going into half now. You
like OG have got enough cash really to keep buys coming through.
yeah, but it's a T-sided map. This is your pick, so it's a little concerning that you haven't won a round so far on CT side. But this, I'm not worried in the sense of like T side. I believe you can win it as long as you're able to get 4 rounds onto the CT side. I feel like you're fine. A4 is completely fine.
The heights that Heavy God reached on that first map, not letting it get to them and being able to respond to the pressure. But this is a whole different beast now.
But you're getting max money. Everybody buys. Halzer gets a knot.
Everyone is aware of just how out of your hands this game has been up until now, and you've got to come up with an answer. They want aggression, this time not over towards middle, they're looking for...
Oh, Halzer gets the pick finally over Regali. Halzer gets the 2. Thank goodness. Oh, this is the round.
And this is much better for Complexity. I think it would have been so easy for them to just kind of keep playing back within these sites and having everything dictated to them by OG. But they're very proactive here. They make moves. Big money moves at that. And so this is how they're going to get their first on the board.
Heavy God, chance to showcase some of that individual prowess again. Goes back to check the flank. Ali just got him locked into this position.
Oh, he doesn't see him.
Someone called it for
Yeah.
How does not only Elise not see him?
He still didn't see him the second time around. That's what makes it like someone said, like, bro, you saw him mid, and he goes back out, and he's like,
how did Elise not see him? What's the angle, Elise? What's the angle? What are you aiming at?
Heavy God only sees moving objects.
That's funny. I feel like that's sure, take it.
Elige needs to workshop that angle.
Yeah. It's like the Yakinder hair, bro. That's what it is. It's the Kiddo has the Yakinder hair.
You know, just forcing the spray.
I don't know if you would call it the Keto hair or the Yakinder hair, but one of them.
Dark Elige Orping, he's really had enough of rifling today, hasn't he? He's been pulling this out.
Yeah, I don't really like it.
No, I can't think of an Elige or Brown ever, personally. I'm trying to think.
Like, sure, you know, for the sake of like trying to feel like you are more involved in the game, maybe the trade-off is worth it there, but I still have yet to see him have delivered anything on the orb whenever he's gone and bought it out. Halzerg, though, keeps delivering.
Yeah, it's a good map for a double orb, I think, on CT. But yeah, I'm in agreement. Whatever floats your boat.
Elige, you know, he's giving in to the voices in his head. All right, there we go. Heavy God down and out of the round.
Big scalp to find.
I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. They understand. They talk to me.
You gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. And Keto did not get the memo there. Ooh, the util pull. That go.
Wow.
Ices the swing out of Regali. And does this get any more exciting than that? 2v4.
Right, save.
Fiku playing for KD, was saving a long time ago. He's 9-1. That doesn't come along all the time. But of course, in reality, they're just saving so they can keep this AWP in play. They don't stand to make a lot of money. They're only at 2-stage loss bonus, so what's that, 2,400? So, you know, you're saving more money on these players than you would get by looking for a way back in. That's mad.
Put my leg up. We gonna rest a bit.
Does that mean 1400 is 0 stage?
Wait,
Don't break your brain there.
Yeah.
19, 24.
Yeah, you're right.
3 stage.
I need to fix it up.
You tried.
Yeah, you're right.
That's maths.
Yeah, that's maths.
Sometimes you're wrong.
He did the maths.
Yeah.
I didn't do the maths.
Well, you did it, just not correctly.
Well, you know.
You tried.
Speed mass.
A broken
Speed mass always wrong.
calculator's right once a week or whatever the saying is.
Error code on the
get what I meant.
calculator.
Syntax error here.
At the end of the day, the point is, they needed the money. Here you go.
Yeah, you don't
That's
have to
really
explain anything,
the
it's like
beans
that.
and butter of it.
Butter beans.
I mean, they're gonna commit to this double op again.
This 1-2 mid punch for Keto. And Nexius, JT Molly, back to A. Gonna come his way though. Yeah, I was gonna say, Smokey, this is really nice because they just smoked Temple as well. They can't really go anywhere. They're just basically cordoned in middle for the next 20 seconds. Leave a lurker. Ooh, Nexius.
Oh, but JT still survives. That's fucking insane. Because they're now rotating 2 into this dark and 1 outside A main, or B main. Okay, Fiku gets the pick over Grim on the dink, but this is... Yeah, okay, this is winnable. This is winnable on OG side, completely. Nope.
Nearly hits it, just off by a hair.
Oh, JT gets the second one too. This is an insane round on him. Like a necessary insane round on him.
But it's the rifles making it happen for complexity. They're on the bomb. Lige chimes out with one, and
let's go. I have to cough.
The killing blow. Cole, this is a great turning point in the game, man. They were 0-6 down. They were really struggling. They were at the full end of just the economic woes of this CT side when you fall
that was a good
short in those
recovery
first
round.
few rifle rounds, and now they found a way
That was a
back
good
in.
retake overall.
They're playing a lot more mobile. We've seen round starters fighting dark, flashing B long, but also they're giving up bomb sites to fight middle together. So they're just trying to run around the map and chase OG where the contact comes in. It did leave B open there, but that was a really clean retake for complexity.
Now Toby's gonna hit the mic.
Nothing complex about it. OG in trouble now. They have this lead, but it's diminishing, as is the momentum.
Hello, Papa. I also lay down. No? No?
Can they hold on?
Just
I
gonna
mean,
keep
they've done
staring
well
directly
to
at
get
me and
6,
not at you
but
guys.
a split
Fuck outta
half
here.
is nothing to write home about.
No, especially not like, you know, it would be the fashion in which that happened, right? The fact that you were in full control of the game, only to let it get away from you, and then like your opponent gets this massive leg up to build back in. You kind of had complexity with their underbelly exposed, you know, and you didn't take the kill shot.
And they're
while you
double
had it,
opping
so
while they're down.
OG don't want to feel like they
That's
just
the crazy
gave
part.
up on the fight here and let it slip away from them.
This
Still a
Doug's
chance for a
definitely
good
gonna
T
hit the
side if we're
microphone.
honest. So let's see, right? This round decides a hell of a lot. They're going to start to approach their limits of the money. All that residual cash starts to run dry for OG with a bit extra on Fiku, who was flawless up until a few rounds ago, and a little more in the coffer for Regali. But it's not like they can withstand these losses anymore. So OG need this
you're
round.
officially on my desk,
JT
dog.
takes up position in dark. He's going to get mollied off here. Oh, they missed the molly, the second one. Meant to Molotov the pillar player out, and that could have given a path to Keto to at least like feign the idea that he's in dark. He didn't want to take the space.
He
But
could have got through the smoke because the layering of the molly. The first one's in dark, the second one's outside of dark. That means JT has to leave. He can't play forward. So Keto's guaranteed to go through the smoke safely, but it's good they called they failed it. Or he might have run into JT there.
Oh, okay. He will recover it. One of airtime on that flashbang, so there was a chance.
Let's see
for
what this
Floppy,
is.
but
3 on 3.
the rest of complexity starting to fall like flies. Halzerg's going to have eyes in the back of his head here. They're out through
Completely
mid, they're out
blinded
through
and
main.
still didn't get
Halzerg
peeked on by
sandwiched
Fiku. Wow,
between
he's
OG.
pinched.
And And with him
Yeah,
digged down low,
they're not
it's
going to
come
save
down to
here.
this push. How
JT
through
doesn't
Dave,
get
even though
anything,
JT
and
gets
Halsey
that,
is going to have to
it's
go on
swiftly
an
traded,
immediate
swiftly
save.
dealt with, and I
I'm
think the fact
surprised
that
if they don't
Complexity
hunt
even
for
go
this.
that round there is wild.
They just have really good timing. I feel like Halsek was going to fall back and hold, and
If you
then
want
they
to
suddenly
play,
grab a
you
double
can
kill
put
and
you
main.
on
You
my
can
bed.
progress
And
and
you can
tighten
play.
that net, but in all reality, they only play because their timing. And OG trade out well. Halsek was already saving.
This is dog wants to
Nice work
shoot
from
so
OG.
much
They
over
just
my
blindside
shit
the Legion
over my
middle.
desk. So instead
And
of, you
really
know,
good
hitting
flashbangs. That's
everything,
what I'm noticing in
how
this.
about we just
in
put
these
you on my bed
D-sides for OG.
where you can have your
And
fun.
they're supporting their mid players a lot from canals by throwing A window nades. Sure, that flashbang and aim was not ideal, but even that one to get them out camera to blind Halsek was perfect. So the util's been solid. Keto, the king of flash assists in this match. OG win the half at worst.
You want to sweeten the deal. You want to break the money of Complexity and lock in a 9-3 first half here if you're OG, and that's not a bad way for it to start.
Would be brutal.
I'd love it if you know, Floppy was dropped extra nades here to keep kind of chaining them over, right? OG have loved to sit at the T-stairs and wait to see if they get this fight out through dark. It's free damage. Theo just goes walking right in. JT, lightning fast trade, short, straight back. But it's still the advantage with OG, and they're just not moving a muscle. Like, they are set in their ways with where everyone is in this default.
Minute on the clock, they're going to try and take middle instead, finding the weak part of the map. And they've read it well. No one's here. Alicia's gone back to reinforce A. Can take A main.
It's nice, right? This is like a good setup to have with the AWP and M4 working in tandem. It's a strong site to have that setup.
Nice little three-piece in the way that they're walking and just slowly pushing out.
The big part of the round, right? He's kind of confirmed it's not this play towards B. So they're ready for the A split. Elige on the AWP deals with the first man in, but is caught repositioning, and Floppy can't pick where to look. Smokes off main, tries to help Elige, and ends up falling at the hands of the heavy god.
Should save, really. Shouldn't even look at this if you're JT. I mean, there's another round left in the half, and they've not got the money. So, yeah, get out. OG already hunting. They know the value of this gun. Heavy God in position, and great round out of him. The A main lurk finds great timing through the smoke, and he denies that gun save. There'll still be some rifles, maybe even an AWP if they want to crowdfund it, but we won't have 5 fully ball players by any means for Complexity. OG, this is out of nowhere. They've never won this map with this. Well, they've never played it with this 5. They've never won it with the core, with different players. And right now, Complexity's home map, getting trounced.
Heading into the final map. As I was calling, I didn't really calm this half. It is what it is.
This would be a very dominant T side. It already is.
Or at least like the last 5 rounds, I'd say.
Yeah, I like the Halsek because it's starting middle. There's not really been a lot
But
of
there
action
isn't really
there
much.
from OG, so he's trying to
Low
look for other
economy.
avenues.
They kept doing a double
They
up,
do
which
go
was
mid.
very
That's not to say
crazy,
they don't
but
play
yeah,
it,
and
but
at this
usually
point
it's
their
later in the
economy's not
rounds, right?
working.
So he's not really got to be involved
You've
on
done
this
your
or whatever
video.
we've seen him leading mid.
Hopefully you can take it into the fourth, but Leash just dies trying to walk out. Doesn't even expect it.
This would be the
Well,
time
next
for
is
a
the
Halsek
get
moment
tiger
if you're
actually, so
Complexity. You
that's
kind
nice.
of need it.
JT slowly pushing out. Might be able to find something, but
It's just
that's already your
a little-
A1
I
nest
feel
down.
like he gets spammed here.
No.
Yeah, it's just a little too shallow. Can't see. Kito's in the corner now. This is a gamble. I'm going to go with the AK. Now I'm definitely going with the AK. So, nice shots. Rim's crossed on the left. Might get overlooked, Kito. Oh, he doesn't check it.
Yep, but I don't think Grim is expecting a second. Oh, but Halsek is able to get a recovery. Gets one. No. And now it's Floppy versus Regali in a 1-on-1.
He's getting and
Nah.
pushing, getting and fighting, and that
3-9,
means
huh?
that Regali locks
Call it for what
in
it is.
a
I'll still
dominant
take
first
that.
half there from OG
It's a little
as they
unfortunate, and it doesn't really give a lot of leeway, but I feel like it's still viable.
Concerning lack of faith in this map in their pool. They've started picking, a map like Train over this at times. This is a big nade. The spam to follow. Zimax is a genius. 3 kills. That is so beautiful. It even gets a 4th. Go for the ace, and you're going to get it.
We've had a couple. I mean, that round from Pit where he gets the triple spray down. Oh, hold the phone, Rain.
Ow, I just yeah, that's why I hate doing it. It's a fucking wooden chair that I use. It's not the most... Toby, stop. No barking. You already know how we go.
Believe a little bit more. 23 with the Copenhagen Flame stickers on the USP.
I'll take you out, but like...
Psychological,
calm
perhaps?
down with the bark. It's the worst because all this dog has is energy.
I'm reaching.
He goes outside and he'll go for his walk. He will have no energy. As soon as he comes home, he'll just be explosive.
I feel like they were really good at bringing up new
And it's like, we'll take him out sometimes, but he gets himself injured. Like, he doesn't, like, at this point, he's 10 years old. And so,
True.
like maybe 2 years ago? 2 years ago or a little bit less, give or take. He had an injury where, like, he pulled his leg running.
That's a nice trade.
And so,
AK, we receive round win.
it took him,
That's fine.
like, the doctor that we went to, or the vet that we went to, gave him some antibiotics.
Maybe
but,
can go on a hunt with
you know,
10, try and get some.
I don't know why, but when it gets cold, he'll, like, lift the leg up, but not out of, like, it's freezing or it's painful. He'll just, like, do it. And then when he feels like peeing, he'll, like, put his foot down, or when he has to poo. Or if he's literally gotta do anything, he just holds his leg up. So I'm sure it's like it still hurts him partially, or like it's not fully healed.
What an angle that is, by the way.
But
That's a disgusting angle from
he can flip, and so like I'm not worried about him getting hurt. But he
focus on pigeons with like tiny hands. I'll focus on the cool angles.
I'm not worried about him getting hurt, but I'm worried about him not realizing how much energy his body can handle. And so he'll just do something. Like right now, he just fell off the bed. Why'd you fall off the bed, huh? Because you don't realize what you're doing, dog. This time he caught himself. The last time he fell off the bed is the second time he ever fell off the bed. It's actually funny. That's twice in a week that's happened.
I don't know what any of that means.
That's 11. It's actually crazy that he fell twice in this week. I think it was like 2 days ago that he fell off the bed, or 3 days ago. Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably not the second time, but you know, it's like the second time he fell off doing what he did. He just likes getting butt scratches, and so he'll just like roll himself off. Okay, 8-6 half, so we're not really getting an opportunity to watch the start of that one either.
Found a win on. They might get one here and now versus a complexity that, don't get me wrong, kind of had mixed results here, but this is one of the home maps. This is one of the confidence picks for this complexity.
But it's like he can be so forget not to go full screen. But he can be so energetic that it's just like he'll hit you with so much energy in 5 minutes that you can't handle him, and then he'll just relax right after. But as soon as you get a chance, like as soon as you give him some energy and then you like tell him to go false, like that's the worst thing. You might as well burn him out of your energy if you're gonna get him hyper. Because at that point, what I try to do is I just try to play with him, play with him in the house, like play with our toys, and I'll just have it run. So at least that way, when he sees dogs outside, I don't know. I don't try to let him like play with a lot of dogs. Usually it's like, how does the other dog react to Toby? Because Toby will play with any dog.
I don't think anyone did.
But if the other dog wants to play and the owner's okay with it, then I'll lead with it. But usually I'm not like, okay, Toby, let's go play with a dog. I should.
Double digits secured, pistol round found. I mean, this one I don't want to say.
But that's what I mean. That's why I just try to play with him at the house.
Huge buy
Try to
rate.
make him burn out as much energy because I'm kind of worried.
But no, yeah, I know. I acknowledge I don't want
Not
to say it,
worried,
but I'm
but
saying it.
Okay.
yeah, he
That's
exerts
like,
way
you
too
know,
much energy
Like a
sometimes
car
for
crash, you just can't help but not look.
how his
No,
body
but
can
you
handle
must
it.
look.
You must look. That's not
need
like
to
a rule or anything, but
No,
the carnage, man. You just can't take your eyes off of it. Heavy guard. Heavy guard.
Like he doesn't realize
In the
that he's
water
gonna hurt
on the
himself.
fountain.
That's the funniest
Oh.
part.
The scroll wheel. Ito comes swinging.
It's like, you know the dog that's gonna walk into the couch, they like run into the couch while they're playing. It's just like you're expecting it, right?
On that ace split.
It's just like I'm not expecting him to hurt himself, but
Hell yeah! I mean, it feels like we're destined to get there, doesn't it? Complexity,
keep an eye
they
on
force
that it
ball
has
into that round
happened.
as well. So if you were hoping that they could find
and
something
especially
in
during the
next,
cold,
I've got bad
as I
news
said
for you.
prior,
This is definitely a worrying sign for Complexity.
it is a real
Probably had
worrying sign.
a long
But as I
travel.
said prior, during the cold
Maybe not
when
the best
he lifts
sleep,
up his
and I'm not
leg,
trying to
it's
make
like, well,
excuses,
I'm not
but
gonna let you
going
go
into a third
play
map,
if you're already lifting up your
getting
leg,
wrecked, your energy
even
is
if
gonna
you
be
are faking it. And I know
not
you're
in the best
faking it.
place. That's for sure.
Well,
And
faking
OG right
is
now,
like
this
the
is
wrong word,
gonna
but
be,
like,
you know, the best win of this team.
if I know it's not
for
as
this
serious as
roster's
you're leading it
formation.
on.
If they can take
Like,
it,
I know he can go
I'm
run
seeing
if he
Keto on the
wants to,
cams get
and as soon as we
loud,
get in the house, he's gonna go run.
trying to inspire the squad. And he's certainly doing that with his performance. He is still playing great, like Inferno. Fiku 12-3.
Yeah, talking about you.
Gee, can they end this before it even begins? Another force buy for Complexity. Desperation.
Yeah, I mean, that's Cole trying to give themselves like any sort of lifeline. You know, if they ecoed here and what, then they have to win 9 in a row and win the game in OT. Like, that's just not going to happen. So, yeah, this is desperate times, calling for desperate measures. And there's a gap over towards B long. OG have found it. Nexius is right behind them.
Perfect.
Really, there's no win in this round if you're Cole. OG have all the info. This would take a miracle for Complexity to find it.
They are in the smoke, though, so Nexius walks right by.
To be completely honest, I'm probably not gonna watch this Warroad or this Monty Imperial matchup.
Because they can just buy time. I'd love to see them
Maybe
try block.
for Imperial,
Got
but
Molly.
yeah, let me see it.
It's all the way on the other side of the map, so layered Keith, another flash is perfect. Keto gets his kill, his flank is closing in right now. Regali up in the heavens, Liver's
Yeah,
death.
so they didn't know
not
about
so
the mid
much.
players. No one was set up to watch
Oh.
mid.
Yeah,
Nexius
they're not
probably
expecting
said
it.
like, yeah, I saw no one, and it's true. He didn't. They were hidden in the smoke. Grim left up in the 1v2 in a must-win round, and he's cut down unaware.
This is
Nexius'
something,
backstab,
bro.
sure, might have given the wrong impression of where they were. Might have given the idea that there was no
Never
one out
let
in
you
middle,
in
but he
that
makes up
gun
for
with
it,
a
more than makes up for it with a double
claws.
kill on that backstab in through main.
Just
Yeah, it does
scratched
feel
up
like
my
a
mouse
surprising
pad.
oversight considering there's the whole doors area. Like anyone can be tucked there at any point. Is what Nexius was doing all half, just taking doors and fighting a liege. Far better map for Nexius as well. Young player off of Mouse NXT. And yeah, a liege is ready for Ancient because disaster has struck here on Anubis. We were not ready for this one, and neither were Complexity. OG have got fight in them yet. Triple B hold and the orb. Starting to rotate out, not a great timing. But they're gonna come.
Oh no, they're not ready for the dark. And that was pause, by the way. Oh, the smoke, the nade just Grim walked into. He just stayed in there, and Regali's gonna find a leash through the open smoke after the nade pop. After the smoke breaks. This is so awkward, bro. This has been so awkward for.
Said
Okay,
it's
thank
Regali
you.
to make the next move, and with that shot missing, this one might be the save.
Oh, Floppy, or Heavy Guy was not ready for Floppy in that situation.
Alright, 1 down, 9 to go. 8 to go.
Oh yeah, maths is so easy.
I've solved it
Well,
immediately.
you know, man, I mean,
Yeah?
you know bad. Maths is hard. It was a
Let me
key
see your eyes.
the numbers guy trying to crunch him, but dealt with back at the spawn. Yeah, okay, look, that's one round
Alright,
for
you got-
Cole.
That's
That's what it
Are you
is.
saying there's a chance?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's really all it should be, right? Like they're so far removed from this, and honestly, they feel a bit just like a bit out of it. Even when we look at them on the player cams, it's not like the usual kind of determined-looking faces.
Nothing's worked.
I think this is like one of those games where you want to get up, go splash some water on your face, go wake up a little, because you're going to need
That's
to if this one ends
a
up
definite.
on Ancient. OG really bring the heat here. If you remember that first map, it was a grind for Complexity to close that out.
Oh, close.
How's this not
Outside.
showing up?
Oh god.
German Deeg.
No, not the German Deeg.
Oh,
No.
Nine
God.
eight.
Deeg as well, Harry.
Oh god.
All the Deegs.
Loads of damage done. Floppy is wounded, and now he's dead at the hands of a USP. Keto's grabbed the gun over in middle. This might end up against the pistols. This might end against the pistols. And I think did he not see the bomb? He didn't turn around. He never turned. He never turned around. He doesn't know. They're in B, no bomb, but they're fighting Fiku back at the site. They deal with him. Now they look at the minimap. Okay, where's the bomb at? Keto knife out. Here they are.
No.
And because Halzerg's going back to get the bomb, Keto's
Okay.
with the reply.
That's a round where you realize after you've lost it, oh god, they didn't have the bomb. That's why they're just swinging. They're looking for fights. They're trying to hunt players down together. And so that's awkward for Keto. He looks silly, but he thinks, oh, I have this great flank timing. They've got the kill on B. They're about to plant. No, they're just running around. They're looking for you. Nice shooting for Halzerg. But I mean, that was always meant to be a cool round. OG just made it interesting with a couple of opening kills. Disappointing, but you can win it right here, right now, OG. Full buy. Even the ace there, smoke the cold frequency.
GT with the first pick. Keto just immediately rushes through. He's gonna get the Nexus gets the second pick instead of Golly. That was a nice initial aggression. I love this aggression that's coming out of this OG camp. Really just switching up the energy, making sure that Complexity isn't ever settled, really. Now coming into the 20 seconds past the beginning, we're starting to call it mid-round because there's already been 4 deaths. Like, holy shit.
Across the map here is Complexity hope that they can catch OG getting aggressive, but because of where Heavy God is, there's no more aggression to come through. Floppy should fall to this. Clears him, but Heavy God wins that fight, favored in the engagement, and now when they learn about him there, they know they're going into a 2-man hold over here towards B. They know that both players for OG should be stacked up on this side of the map, and it's all about finding them and dealing with them, and they can't. Regali and Nexus lock it in. And so this one, the scores between OG and Complexity
already feels like they're in control. I think what's been good to see from NIP though is that they've always had a really decisive plan of kind of
This is
where
a
they
good
want
game.
to end, how they want to approach the rounds.
But
They've just been
it is
shut
the
down by
FE
the
team,
individual
so there's
pigeons.
not really a lot of people who want to watch.
Cool nades, ready?
I like it though.
Ooh. Fast move. Able to get away from them. Naomi does burst through into
Plus, more
Abadoch.
people
Corey
don't really
stepping
watch on
in from the
YouTube
elevator, gets
for
hers
some
back.
reason.
23 holding for the swing on over, and they're dealing with this split with ease. Kiara does get the space on towards B, but the bomb is once again out of her hands. It's in mid. It's 2 Molotovs. She's going to face the same fate from the round a couple of rounds ago, where
Probably.
it's a barrage of flames looking out the angle.
Stepped on my balls, dog. It hurt.
I feel like the bomb in rounds like this should not be going mid. I feel like it should always be with the players that are creeping up the extremity of the bomb
Pigeons
site.
are able to get the recovery.
Because that's now 2 rounds in which NIP have put themselves in a really difficult position where the B players have actually got the kills onto the site, but the bomb's just been dropped in no place to be able to really recover it.
Look at it, cute man. Look at this
Tech 9
musket.
round, but
Oh,
again,
now he's gonna look at me.
rifles,
Look,
it's a very familiar round. We
Make
just
sure
give
he
them a lot more
suffocates.
space. We give them the bomb plant as a guarantee.
Make sure you
It
suffocate
means
with
that rounds will have more
kadosh.
chances to potentially be on the orb.
Aim spots out 23, but 23 finds Naomi first.
Where's 23? They have a nice aggression here. And where does Anna find the mid pick?
But she's already, the communication's on point. Tori knows fully that this is an opening. So Ramson thought she maybe had an
Mid
opportunity,
pick
but
where
it's
it
not
was
there. Kiara
AIM
down
that
there,
was
thanks to
pushing
AG
up.
that's flowing
And
through,
this is a
Kat makes quick work of her.
disintegration
It's
round.
Team Ace, everyone from the Pigeons taking a peck at it.
All right. I'm excited to see if you can just keep up this form whenever we cast them. The utility is just
them.
Yeah, that was just
so
a good round.
overwhelming. Like honestly, like it's felt like whenever NIP want to scale up A, they are just being completely obliterated. And 23 will continuously go to the sandbags because she's always having just eat. Acceleration up B this time. Cat does get overwhelmed, but will still stay one to the grave. For the incendiary, 23 forced out. Has to be a retake effort.
A
now
lot
from
of multi-kill rounds too. Holy.
HE perfectly executed onto Ramson. Good damage. She's brought down incredibly low. Taurus worried about a flank. It's not coming, but Zaz's flank is. Finds Jenkin. 23 gets Ramson, and for Kiara and AIM, they have everything to do if they want to keep NIP in this map. AIM is dispatched of, and it's all Kiara, and only for a moment. 23 through the smoke finds her kill.
GG's.
And Pigeons will be taking the series 2-0.
It's a shame because it really did feel like you were getting strengths out of NIP. You're seeing a different kind of brand of Counter-Strike NIP at one spring on the server, but there's one thing that remains the same. It's still the same old Pigeons. Zaz in the mix. Zaz providing a lot of output. Pigeons winning 2-0. It's a statement piece to how they want to perform at ESL Impact.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations on this team, just considering what they've achieved in the past, and I think, you know, it's still very early days, but they're already answering a lot of the questions that we had about what to expect from this team, and I think anything short of a championship mentality and championship performance might have been a disappointment. So it's good to see them coming through, and NIP, one of the stronger contenders in their group, and to take them down with pretty, I would say, demanding games. You know, there was a few close moments between them, but it felt like when it came down to crunch time, that's where Pigeons really just stepped in and were able to put their foot down.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It felt like Pigeons were always in control of that map. That's the thing. In both Overpass, both Vertigo, it always felt like NIP were getting a few rounds here and there, but ultimately it was Pigeons that were
I don't know anybody on one winner Spirit FE, do I?
To allow NIP in the first place.
Yeah, I was
impressed with what we saw out of NIP, don't get me wrong, but Pigeons, I was expecting, you know, a bit of a bang coming back for ESL Impact. I was excited to see what Zaz could do, and she blew all of my expectations just out of the water.
Yeah, she was just a consistent threat across both maps. I think I was most impressed on Overpass, just in terms of the presence she had over towards A in a very important role, right? The A rifler is arguably the most important role.
GG's. Pretty good.
In the fourth, the Lakers were crushing, up 19.
How long do we have left?
On an
This
inbound
was a
play, Crowder
very
was all
embarrassing
up on
round.
LeBron, in his face and also body. LeBron responded by backing him down, laughing at him, and then destroying him with ease while his friends laughed and cheered and mocked. 30 seconds later, LeBron got meaner. He taunted Crowder, saying he stinks, either literally or metaphorically, then immediately flopped on him and got the call. Then he ran around the court laughing. LeBron James, GOAT, was having a great time humiliating non-all-star Jay Crowder. It's especially mean because Crowder was already frustrated. He'd been freezing cold this series. You know how sometimes people like to root for the underdog? That was not the case here. The internet delighted in James's disrespect of Crowder. Sometimes it's more fun to side with the cool, popular guy. But in Game 4, well, Crowder won that round. In the final period, he clobbered James from behind. It wasn't called flagrant, but a lot of people thought it should have been, including the commentators.
This grabbing people around the neck and the shoulders, to me, that it's not even looked at.
This is not
the broadcast referee.
This is not a basketball play, and it really is unnecessary.
And LeBron James himself, who was fairly pissed. Looks like he said, "Get the fuck off me," and maybe also called Crowder a bitch right here, but I'm no lip-reading expert. For his part, Crowder simply stared back at LeBron with an expression that seemed to say, "I'm not intimidated, but maybe you should be." It harkened back to 2017 when Crowder stole the ball and gave James a much shorter stare, but that time James just shrugged it off. What a difference 4 years makes. So, like I said, Crowder won that round. He riled up LeBron, got to tackle him from the neck with minimal consequences. Phoenix won the game to tie up the series. Oh, and he finally had a good game. Sure, the Suns get called a dirty team, and a lot of that was because of Crowder's near-flagrant fouls, but that's no bother.
Do you feel the need to defend yourselves from comments like that?
No, I don't feel like we need to respond to it.
Jumping ahead to Game 6, because this is where Crowder wins another, much more important round, the Suns eliminated the Lakers from contention. Crowder was effective, too. 18 points, all from beyond the arc, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks, both on James. With 30 seconds left in the game and the Lakers' elimination all but official, Crowder did a little hula dance. Familiar. Ah, there it is. A Mountain Dew commercial where LeBron got to be happy and carefree and silly. Now it was Crowder's turn to be happy and carefree and
that was
James's
absolute.
little commercial
I didn't
dance
know.
stupid
I didn't
all
see
at
that.
once.
Jay Crowder did
He
that
got to
before.
gloat,
That was fucked.
and LeBron had to go home. Crowder relished his personal
Hey, you know,
victory. He
when the
posted a
rabbit got the
photo
gun.
compilation that began with his dance and included his stare down. The caption is an expression about an underdog turning the tables, and it's another repurposing of LeBron's content. LeBron posted that same expression back in May, referring to the Lakers' playoff momentum after an injury-plagued regular season. Where's your momentum now? Crowder asked. The internet loved Crowder's dancing, maybe because it was vengeance for getting bullied. I guess now people were on board with the underdog. Wait, is he the underdog if the Suns won? The internet just likes insults, I think. Feel free to prove me wrong in the comments. It's hard to imagine James enjoyed any of this. He was at a low point in his career. Right after elimination, the King was kind of like, I'm tired. He had never been eliminated in the first round before. This was LeBron's first playoff defeat to someone other than the Warriors since 2014. Of course, in 2019, he didn't make the playoffs at all. That was worse. But, both these crappy seasons were while he was on the Lakers. And recent. When LeBron missed a bunch of games at the start of the 2022 season, it made you wonder. With that context, Crowder's dancing looks a little more like grave dancing. But James didn't harp on the beef or even bring it up again. Perhaps because he knew it was not the end of LeBron James as we knew him. Or perhaps he just didn't want to give Jay Crowder the satisfaction. Whatever the reason, future meetings between the two have been beefless. When there was chatter that Crowder might be traded to the Lakers in the 2023 season, nobody thought the beef would be a real issue. If together they could win a championship, bygones, hard fouls, humiliations, and even dances would be bygones.
Yeah. All of it just to win championship. Lance Stevenson is the perfect example of that, but damn. Yeah. Ain't much to go from three-cone action,
y'all? It's Cone back here again
How
today.
long we
with
got
another
left
video
until this next
today.
map?
I
A
want to
minute?
tell you the most underrated player on every single NBA team.
Alright,
This
go,
list is going to be
'cause I'm
subjective.
tired.
Obviously,
I
I
wanna
don't
go
see
pee.
the same NBA coverage as you do. So the guys on this list for me are players that I feel like deserve more love, more attention for the great seasons they've been having. And I want to go ahead and talk about how great they've been. It's going to range from role players, young guys who I think have a ton of potential, to even maybe star-level players who I just don't think are getting enough appreciation for how good they've been so far this year. Let me know who you think the most underrated player is on your favorite team down below. As always, we're going to go in alphabetical order from Atlanta Hawks to Washington Wizards, and there will be timestamps so you can go ahead and find your favorite team. But for right now, leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy, hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on future videos. Let's get into the list. Starting off with the Atlanta Hawks, I'm going with Bogdan Bogdanovic. While it hasn't been a very successful season for the team as a whole, Bogdan's been great, putting up 16.7 points per game, which is a career high, shooting 37% from deep, 2.8 dimes, 3.3 boards, over a steal, and he's playing under 30 minutes per game, of course coming off the bench behind DeJounte and Trae Young. He's a flamethrower.
Bogdanovic is a good pick
guys
for
in the
Hawks.
entire NBA. If he starts hitting threes, if he hits 1, 2, 3, you're in a lot of trouble because Bogdan can heat up in an instant, and all of a sudden
Is
the
it
game
Boyan
can
or
be put out of reach.
Bogdan?
He's a really special scorer. I hope if the Hawks go for a fire sale this offseason, they consider moving him somewhere where he can actually win, because I believe that if you put Bogdan on a high-level team or maybe even a championship contender, I think he can elevate them to the next level. For the Boston Celtics, I went ahead and took Jaylen Brown. He is absolutely one of the most underappreciated All-Stars that we have in the league.
He's the highest paid player.
He's made a number of those games, made All-NBA last year, and this season has let himself take a bit of a step.
Right now, single-handedly saving German CS as he leads OG to a map.
Jaylen Brown is the highest paid player on the Celtics.
He went crazy. Almost 100 ADR.
Obviously, he's underrated because of but it's all valid reasons for why he's underrated. It's because he has no legitimate.
Yeah, no, this is a very.
He's had strong performances in the playoffs, but he has not had consistent performances in the playoffs.
For it, right, was the idea that this is like a bit of a spirit level check for complexity, because whenever we've seen them come to Europe and play,
especially during the
EU competition
2022 season, 2023. I mean, they made it to the finals. I think it was 22.
Kind of exist as like a team to gatekeep these on the rise teams from ever breaking into the upper echelons, and they themselves struggle versus tier 1. You know, I've actually really liked what we've seen out of OG here. You know, Inferno.
You know, this is just a direct experience.
It kind of goes both ways there, and Complexity did end up winning it, but then Anubis was.
Well, if this is really all you have, then it's just like what. Yo, JT's head is so big, bro. Fucking hell! I just can't stop every time they go at it.
Played it with this iteration of the team.
Like JT, he's kind of got the pushed out on the top edges.
Kind of went away after that last map.
Yeah, reset.
Gave themselves, you know, little slap on the face, a little bit of water on there, wake up a little bit, kind of try bring themselves back into this, because their Anubis was super flat, and really, you know, it was only how Zerg performing.
Yeah, it is the question of whether Complexity have the energy to long out this long and a full 3-map BO3 after an overtime in the first map. They only just squeezed through on Inferno, and then to just get destroyed on one of your better maps in the pool is impressive from OG. But Ancient is one where OG have a lot more data on for both sides, right? They themselves play it, they enjoy it. Complexity as well have been, you know, running it regionally. They even beat Falcons on it recently. So yeah, there's some data for Complexity. I hope they can reset mentally after that one, because they look very out of it. Elite slumped in his chair, and just some frustration showing.
I need to get.
We've already had a Liquid lose earlier on today and be eliminated in this single elim format. We don't want to say goodbye to our second North American team, especially when you consider the third North American team. Yeah, the third North American team.
Yeah, you just literally ruined my sheets, and that's it.
Yes.
It's not going to get any easier.
No, it's not going to get any easier. In fact, this one.
That might be the hardest game.
This one was meant to be the easiest.
Yeah, actually, it kind of was.
Yeah, Liquid Soul was meant to be kind of second. And the other one's just impossible.
Literally.
Yeah.
If I'm Elevate and I see that bracket draw, I'm like, well, I guess, hey, let's enjoy the flight over.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, it's going to be cool to be out there.
Yeah, for a couple of hours. That's not the game you want in a single elim against Spirit in their current form. Especially now that the bracket for Spirit is so open. I don't want to overrate Falcons, but like, if there was going to be a team that could stop Spirit on their side of the bracket, it was meant to be Falcons. And sure, they lost fair and square. Meta's played the better CS yesterday, but Spirit should have an open qualification to London. So I imagine, Harry. I mean, they've already made it to the World Final at the end of the year, just off the back of winning Katowice. Why not throw in a spring final as well?
Yeah. See, like, I don't know, OG look very. Whenever I see him on the player account, I mean, that's, you know, when you're a Regali here, you're used to a late night grind set. You're used to the late night.
Now my bed's nice.
I mean, I think it was him when we were in the Academy League.
Yeah.
Now we're good.
He kind of was like, he was great one season because there was no school. Right, like, so he had loads of time to keep playing, and then like school came back, so he's having to do like the crunch of education into also being a pro player.
What a crunch!
Yeah, exactly. But you know, he's used to the long, demanding hours. He's used to that, so he's having a great time right now. He looks very smiley.
The vibes for OG are good because they were, you know, it's always easier, not easier, but it's always less pressure when you're at the underdog, right? You're supposed to be winning.
Yeah,
we saw what that did to Liquid earlier on, not just every time they play, but especially earlier on. Like, Twist is getting frustrated with some death slams, like because you know deep down, like, everyone's expecting you to win this game. And so, if you're the underdog, if you're OG in this scenario, man, you're making the most of this opportunity. And wow, we just stopped complexity. That feels amazing. Let's go. Let's leave nothing unsaid. Let's close this series right now on Ancient.
What they're going to try and do now. OG across this on their T sides, they've been pretty slow, they've been pretty measured, but these pistol rounds sometimes having a bit of an explosive twist. They try their hand at a fast-paced round, but JT puts them in boxes. A double kill from the Red Rum spells murder here as JT keeps lighting them up. 3 in the round. Can he get any more? 1 HP. Maybe they've ruined it. Maybe they finished up the job.
Give us 4.
1 more for JT, and there it is.
There it is.
And he gets out with 1. You heard that correctly. 1 HP.
That was good shooting. Those first 2 kills, very clean. Catching a player mid-air. And hey, man,
yeah, that was a very good second shot, to be honest.
Line, then so be it. He was a monster on that first map as well. Look at this.
Oh, that's the first shot.
Great shooting from the captain of complexity.
That third kill was also too nice.
That's great when he plays well, because he's got such a good smile.
That smile, that damn smile.
No, you're
Flash
so
over
cute,
mid.
baby.
Maybe go
Take you one after.
I know, I've just been like low-key hitting on JT throughout
You really
the whole
have,
thing.
yeah.
I know, yeah, but...
You know, it's good energy, though. Oh, Zeus.
I don't even think it's low-key. JT up close.
Oh, yeah, is that what you wanted?
Oh,
Zeus,
JT was not ready.
It's a guaranteed kill. And M4 out as well, but no one else to help him in this heroic mission. 2
And so Lee's was able to get a kill, or Fika was able to get a kill with the A1S.
He wants nothing to do with it. Oh, King. Some King stuff right there, Harry.
King stuff.
King stuff.
Job's done.
Job is done. Bring the bomb. We love a humble king. Where the hell has Floppy gone, man? I swear.
Oh, Zeus in a dream at the MP9. We'll let him have it. 3 kills from Grim and a bit of money made. Lambert seems happy. Clap of the hands. He likes the damage that's been done
Yes,
there.
Toby.
It's usually what the clap will signify. Positivity.
Oh, Grim smiling. Yes.
Oh, Lee's just making.
Come on, boys.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, it is over. I'm sorry. OG, you guys had a great run. There's absolutely no denying it.
GG.
There's no denying it. We were all impressed for a moment there.
Oh, look at how many A1S hot rods they have. Was that 3?
It's cooked.
That's all by Halzerk.
Grim was just doing like some death stare into the camera on Anubis, like a Dementor had sucked the soul out of his body.
Oh, Grim. Grim's taking donut, and he's going to be the A player for them and rotate. Halzerk is going to come for the immediate rotate, but Grim got all the information he needs, but not the kill that he wanted. Halzerk gets a nice spam through instead. That's perfect. And Leash gets a bit of a spam too on the second player in Nexus, but I think as soon as Halzerk tries to peek this, oh my god, he has the lineup he had. Oh, but he doesn't get the second one either. He doesn't really tag Fico. He does get a little bit for half, but Heavy Gun is about to have this flank timing on Floppy, and I don't think Floppy's ready at all. Yeah, he was not participating or expecting it. And this is going to be a recovery round for OG.
Where's he gone?
OG? OG?
We all saw it.
Elite ain't smiling now.
That's it. The smiles are gone. Yeah.
If you know, you know. OG?
He had a good run.
OG?
Oh.
Nice try.
You know, you can afford one. That one was kind of on a knife's edge. It was awkward the way they lose Grim to open the round. It was a nice flank out of Heavy God. And if you're Halzerk there, you're kind of kicking yourself because you know there could have been so much more. Oh, I gotta say, yeah, he does bring good energy, and he's always hyping them up. I can read them lips, and he's always saying, nice boys, or yes boys, or something along those lines. Auf geht's, boys.
Auf geht's. Bit of a deagle, boosted, and pistols pushing. Keto, timing. Gonna go back to check. Been hitting some very clean heads. At the forefront of a lot of these opening fights. He won't overstep it. His Dinger gets out. That's Miku. Beast.
Guess fucking spam text, and complexity just completely got eliminated in the Csgo round. I mean, they committed with the A1Ss into Halsek from last round, which is kind of good on how their money is spent this round.
Nexius can fight.
You got 14-19 into this one. You're gonna see. No, you're gonna force it to max. Yeah, 39 to 40, 36. You're gonna spend money.
Today from this team, and I don't say that a lot about OG.
No, Kio's keeping everyone in line, but he's bigger than
everybody's smiling. Everybody's got positive energy, so it's okay.
People like Heavy God are giving a
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
He does give him that kind of judgment call on a lot of these plays, but then when you get into like the nitty gritty,
yeah, I can imagine TC is just full of chest here, bro. TC gives me just like from fucking, like he has like the type of like feet hair that just like grows in patches, heavy patches.
Do you want to challenge him by coming through very fast?
It is what it is. Oh, the flash out. Fiku gets fully blinded by it, but they're going to commit here. I thought Grim would go for the A1 or for the FAMAS, but instead he goes for the MP9. Kind of a good, a 50-50, you know? It depends on the range that you're taking it at. They get the information that there's two Dona. Heavy God gets Grim. For sure. Gets naded down a little bit from Elige. Regali gets down, but Heavy God is able to just maintain and hold for these guys. Such a heavy anchor, bro. Such a hardcore anchor for the team. And I don't think JT is going to be in a position by the time Floppy dies here. Yep.
Heavy God won't quite get all five. Regali gets the last man, but what a hell of a round out of this guy on our screens right now. Heavy God is bringing the heat in the third and final map of this series. And that 1 minute room that was given, that one area of the map that was gifted to them for free, that complexity were meant to know about, were meant to be able to collapse down upon.
And it all comes down. I'm telling you what, when it all falls down.
Hearing that A-rush, they should know there's players in the bomb site, but the molly and back of Donut gave complexity not.
So you're taking 29.
And Grim just gets caught.
No, you got 24. Now you're taking 29 into the next, so you're going to be able to buy again. And you're just going to commit 4B into the 1A. I mean, yeah. I don't know why you would have Grim buy body armor. I feel like he should just have full util for next round. And Kiva dies to Elige. Nice little pick. JT gets caught by Fiku, and Elige is able to get a 2-piece. I know he can grab that AK, but does he know he can grab that AK? Oh, Nexus is about to have some awkward timing. Okay, so he picks up the AK, and yeah, now that whole space is contended. Grim really has all the control if he wants to just...
Oh, the aggro, they think it's clear, and now that Elige learns about it the hard way, they're already up the side, man, they're already in, regardless.
If Grim just pushes and gets the call, then it becomes its only either mid or donut. But then you have them in main control.
This is a fourth for OG.
I don't get why Floppy rotates out that situation.
Guns out in the next round for complexity, but if they don't win it, then suddenly they're broke all over again, and it's a similar situation to what we had on Anubis, where OG have like the full brunt of that disaster.
The ramp.
I need to understand what happens here.
I know about the beehive.
Because Floppy gives away information. And as soon as Regali's in advanced position, Floppy takes a Y peek, doesn't see anything, rotates immediately out as soon as Elige pushes off from the mid of Donut.
They think it's clear, and now that Elige learns about it the hard way, they're already up the site, man. They're already in.
And so, like, you do the Y peek and you don't see anything. I get that. But then Elige dies, and now you're completely gone. You're completely out of contention.
Lovely stuff. Lovely shooting. Indeed. Not quite that third, but still, he'll take it all day long. OG building on this lead. Orp out for Hauser. He's been the kind of one dependable piece here for complexity. I think he's the only positive player for the squad after that second map. And answer you wanted to deliver, but mid
Oh
is
my
not
god,
the
so much
objective
util and
OG's desire. It's another
aggression.
fast
The
A
speed
player.
and pace at which they're pushing. This is a 10-second bomb plant, and they get caught. Okay, nice 2-for-1 trade, but it's unfortunately taken back as Regali finds the pick. I don't even know where Regali found. He found it on the CT push. I think that was on Floppy who was trying to sneak out through that smoke. And this is tense.
Getting the bomb, no one wants to. They're scared that Complexity are nearby, going to challenge, but time is just being bought.
Yeah, when they re-smoke it like that, I think you're very paranoid that their plan is to nade the smoke open again on that bomb plant. So it kind of has to grind to a halt here for OG.
Yeah, unfortunately,
no util,
no
one
kill is
smoke,
gonna
one
be
flash
presented. The
actually,
only question is, does
and then
Cole
double
start
smoke
doubting
for
themselves?
Complexity
JT
side
checking
here.
out the timings. Like, for all you're aware, there could be no one in A right now. Cole don't actually have info, but it's doing them favors at the moment. Re-smoke comes through, and eventually you've got to plant. So
And that's
while
all
the
you
last bit of
util.
util's being used, this would be the best time.
Heavy God is trying to convince Fiku to do it, and there we go. He spends that whole time
Oh, finds a second smoke. Oh, wow. That gives him so much time, and Halzer just misses the timing with that shot. Leash is not going to be able to get anything out of this position. I mean, Regali re-advances, so he takes big box position on holding into Temple. So CT is open at this moment, but Leash gave so much sound information. Oh, Leash finds the pick. Yeah, Regali and Heavy God are going to win this round. Halzer dies. JT maybe finds the timing? No.
And he has just been a rock solid player today.
That's a nice reposition on Regali, giving all the information that he needs, able to take that CT pick. Obviously, somebody goes Temple there, and the CT Temple fight, that becomes a little bit more contention. That would be Elish, and Elish already pushed out CT, so, you know, you clear out Temple, and obviously that's a warning for you, or like somewhere to focus on, but as soon as you get the CT fight, you do a little bit of a peek, you get the information, you get the fight that you need to, and then, you know, you got Heavy God who can hold out for the double or for donut.
You don't have Keto popping off anymore here on this third map. He's probably putting a lot more attention on the macro, the micro decisions of this game. But everyone else is looking good. Even Nexius, who started this series off pretty slow.
Oh,
no doubt. And what's the most impressive to me is the T sides for OG. 8-4 on Inferno, T side, went overtime, and 9-3 on Anubis. And now, again, you know, pistol and conversion for Complexity, and OG have just run away with T gun rounds. They look like a very formidable squad on the offense.
I mean, Team Liquid's already out.
Keto. The big reason.
Falcons are already out.
Does JT get
this spring showdown is so intense.
Wow, clean. Even though it's traded by JT, still a ways into this for the OG squad, although they do get thwarted on this attempt to get out main. That's going to force them out late into mid. They're going to go for the red room control. Okay. They know they've got one fight here. They heard Elish spamming the smoke. If they get this, that opens up a route to one of these bomb sites, but they don't get past him. And so now Regali in kind of a dead spot here. Gets out through the red room, but still has more to do. There's going to be a player in either one of these sites, and so he's got to be prepared to fight here. Can't just go straight for that plant, but he will. Molly in main is not the right choice. It's kind of a coin toss around there for Regali.
You really take that coin toss. You take the choice that you have to commit to. Because either way, it's going to be, as you said, one person on each site.
Finally gets him done on CT. It's the A-main aggression. There's a lot of help. A double setup in cave that trades Keto on his fake out towards B. Complexity with something. We have an AWP for Halzerg. Been very heroic.
Just my neck a little too. The double nade plus the Elish spam. Okay.
Where did that come from? OG were not ready. As they smoke the Molotov,
I did not see that.
Blown to pieces.
And JT's about to find one. No,
they immediately fill the gap at A because they've seen OG take the space before after spotting them in middle. Awkward spray for JT, but it's only Nexius alone.
Alright, let's see what that nade was.
Something. We have an AWP for Halzerg.
Elish and Graham do a double nade.
In series. Mid-rush, a double nade kill for Grim.
That was nice.
Oh,
And the next is just diced. Hauser.
Combo. Nade removes the smoke, does damage. And
So I think that was a late that was an instant molly and then a late nade for Grim, or smoke and smoke.
All those nades raining in. I mean,
No, it was a molly and then he threw a late nade. He threw a deep back molly for like that L spot.
They're loving it.
Grim does enjoy that.
Yeah, you don't see many teams actually go for mid rushes anymore because every EC team has insta smokes in the elbow, and then you're going to be setting the precedent of doing a molly in front of that, nading once or twice. Like, look at the assault.
So much util.
Everything, but they take B lane completely. Oh my god, they're out A. This is all a fake. Cole panic. Floppy seen him. This
Grim
is a
finds
mess.
him.
Grim still gets 2 clean kills.
Yeah, Grim's alleviated all the pressure, thankfully. Right, that fake could have actually worked out quite nicely. Keto's the Eagle, good for one, but end of the line now as they're trapped in the double doors. Floppy makes quick work of them. Good double from Grim.
Yeah.
Because, he's calling for a rotate at that point in the round. And honestly, I think if they didn't spot that first player...
Good stuff. Not really a lot that you can take from that round. It was just a simple eco.
Because then it kept 2 players
Pistol
there.
buy.
The whole goal is you just don't want to show anything B, and obviously if you don't get an A kill, the fake won't work, but even the timing of Grim calling for help is going to give you room at B, so just a few seconds of difference there, but either way, all the kills come in for complexity, and it was all about
Smoked off bottom mid, and they had Halzerk who pushed up Cat already. Halzerk's gonna die here. No way, no contention, and there's not going to be a second flash for Elish or Grim. Elish is going to be able to get 2, and JT finds the one on Cat 2 as he's pushing out Cave. So it's going to become a 3-on-2 situation, all within a matter of like 10 seconds. That was 20 seconds altogether, but that was in a matter of like, Halzerk dies within the 5-second mark, Grim dies, and then by time that second flash and Grim peaks, it's about a 5-second break, and then in a matter of 5 seconds, 3 deaths all occur. Regali finds the pick on, I think that was Halzerk. Oh, this is tense. Oh, Regali's gonna get him. No, Floppy gets the 2-piece instead. Heavy God is not able to get the spam through. Floppy's gonna fortunately get the kill. And they have enough money that they're going to buy the opposite. They're going to commit to the 2 AKs instead because they rather have those double rifles. Just make it a little bit more powerful for them on the CT side. Fuck the economy, I guess.
He's looking solid right now in this third map.
Yeah.
Standing tall.
Looking solid. It's just unfortunate Heavy God's not able to get that kill, but it is what it is, You take it with a grain of salt. Now you're going to, what's that, double tech 9, double Galil, and a Mac 10 push. And Nexus, who has the Galil, is going to be by himself at the elbow and mid. As Keto is just rushing with, I'm assuming Fiku. No, Keto's rushing with Heavy God. Wow, 2 immediate kills, and Heavy God's about to get a 3-piece. Nope. Instead, it's Fiku who's going to find that. But Bomb is down under Alicia's belt. Grim is not going to be able to find much. And oh, this is... Yeah. That's completely fine. This sets up Grim in a good position.
Over towards the top of the board for complexity, and he threads the needle here, but they might just bypass him entirely. They're going towards A right now. That bomb is rotating around. Grim wins this fight. Now it's down to the 1v1. Nexius will have the bomb plant and a chance to go toe-to-toe for Grim for a tie game.
Even that was well read for Heavy God that he maybe slipped past that player. Grim is so low though, and Nexius can pick his poison in the
Oh, Grim!
Grim just sprays him. He gets the spot on the cross, and Nexius dies in the fight.
He takes the fight. He takes a solid fight with the AK, and Nexus doesn't get a single bullet off. Wow.
And Grim just sprays him so low though, and Nexius can pick his poison in the
He really just missed. That's unfortunate. That was just unfortunate.
Step back to make the whole thing work and allow the Celtics to be on pace for one of the best seasons in franchise history. someone was going to have to sacrifice to make KP and Drew Holiday work, and that guy has been Jaylen Brown. Yet, he's still giving them a fantastic season, 22.5 points per game.
Yeah, he's still the max paid player, though.
Field. His three-point percentage is back up above 35%, still rebounding well, still playmaking a bit, getting some steals, playing high-level defense. Jaylen Brown is a perfect complementary all-star. He doesn't need to pop that much to make this team work, but at the same time, he's a key cog in everything they do, and I still feel like the only time people ever talk about him is when they're trying to clown him. But I feel like he's in for a great playoff run this year, a little bit of a revenge run, and people are going to realize
he just needs to have that defensive contention that he was known for.
Lonnie Walker the fourth. Amongst all the chaos that Brooklyn has had so far this season with the coaching
and
change
just
and the
have less turnovers, because when he has the ball in his hand, he turnovers
this past off season, and I have a feeling he's going to get a good bit more than that this upcoming off season. He's averaging right around what he averaged last year with 11 points per game, but he's doing it in significantly less minutes, less than 18 minutes per game, shooting 42% from deep, 2.1 boards, 1.4 assists. Lonnie's been great as a scorer off the bench. Again, I don't know if he's going to be in Brooklyn next season. I imagine somebody will pay him, and he's been very deserving of it. I feel like he's carved out a pretty good role for himself in the league as a high-level bench scorer, and I hope Lonnie Walker gets a place to stay for a little while and excel in that role. For the Charlotte Hornets, I went ahead and picked Mark Williams. He unfortunately hasn't played that much this season. I think he's played only around 20 games, been dealing with injury. But when he was on the court, he was amazing. He's a really solid rim protector, has a lot of athleticism. He and LaMelo Ball were popping in terms of their chemistry, and they built up a lot of it in very limited time playing together. It's just a matter of, can he actually stay on the court for a majority of a season? Because in the first 2 years, it's been a pretty big problem. Hopefully he's able to come back here soon. I don't remember what his injury timetable is, but I think he's a really important part of the Hornets' future. Part of the reason I made this pick is that I'm just a big believer in his game. And the Hornets, I think, have a really fun young core building over there between Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, maybe even Trey Mann is part of that. He's kind of popped since coming over at the deadline. I think Mark Williams as the anchor down low is an underappreciated aspect of this team's future. For the Chicago Bulls, I'm going with Ayo Dosunmu. Another team on this list that's been pretty disappointing this year, but Ayo has been fantastic. His first season, he was really good as a rookie. He stepped up in the light of a bunch of injuries and was a big reason why the Bulls were pretty successful. Last year, took a big step back. It was not at all the sophomore season that I was hoping for from Ayo, but this year, he's definitely gotten it back on track, giving them 11 points per game, 2.7 boards, and 2.7 assists. The efficiency is way up, back towards the level we saw in his rookie season, where he's shooting around 50% from the field and 40.6% from deep. Kobe White's been the guard getting a lot of attention, and that's very deserved. Kobe White has been fantastic, but we need to talk more about what Ayo has done so far, and again, looking like a piece of this team's future going forward. For the Cleveland Cavaliers, I'm going to go with Isaac Okoro. For the past couple years, a lot of the Cavs' rotation spots have been locked down. It's been Garland, Mitchell, Mobley, and Allen. The question is, who's going to be that three going forward? And when they picked him in the top 10 a few years ago, the Cavs were hoping it would be Isaac Okoro.
Their rosters in recent times, in a while actually, and it would really hurt for them to lose now after dominating.
Last half, map 3. I'm not watching the next one. I don't really care.
And with some of the prowess individually,
about Monty or Imperial, and that's why I was curious to know was leading well on Imperial.
Oh, Keto, speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Finny Fells.
The life early on here. Heavy got removed as they're already up and out through CT. It's Grim. Double opener. Regali still left to deal with, but
SDY is still here
quick work of this
for this game,
it's just
I guess.
Keto left standing and not for long. Pistol round secured for
I'm pretty sure SDY is out, and
something that
it's
I'm happy about here
else.
is, you know, Halzerk has been kind of the driving force for Cole across this series, but here he's having a bit of a rougher go at it. He is a bit quieter on the board, and in spite of that, you know, you have these other faces, these other players within Cole that you really do expect to pull their weight, showing up, and I'm really talking Grim and Elige there. Very reassuring to see after a quiet second map from the both of them.
Yes. And this round might just be done as it begins. OG are rushing in. Grim's going to hit all of this. Maybe an ace.
Oh,
did I speak too soon?
No.
Apparently so. An AK will be nice.
But yeah, a nice little AK.
The Mac 10s will come hunting.
Okay, I can't find the information
make this round nice and quick.
on who's replacing him, but I think I was told from the
9. OG will be relying on that first
Scrawny said in one of his Fantasyland videos. So if you want to know, you can watch that.
Just gonna push in. Double Mac 10. Regali in trouble.
they know where the AK is, they know what side it's on, and they want it. They want the money from these kills, and they want that AK. And Complexity will get
I would have just knifed him if I was JT.
all their wants, all their dreams, right there in that one round. And so money
Even if I don't know how much
AK
health he
saved,
has, I'm gonna just go
denied.
for the knife if I was
OG,
JT.
one of the things that they capitalized on Anubis, one of the things that helped them get off to a good start here was punishing the CT money early on and taking the first rifle rounds on the back of the pistols. Now it's Complexity with the chance to do that straight back to them, and if they do, Complexity are teed up for a win here and now. And as good as OG have looked, it won't come to matter. Their time will be brought to an abrupt close. So you have to stick the landing here if you're OG. You don't have the room. You can't make a misstep.
And they're just going to contact out like this play, walking up ramp, trusting in their aimers, and they have them in spades. Elite,
Yeah, all coming out.
Keto back at the bomb site.
And this is Halsey still gets a second one, and that's it. He gets bomb plant, that's all he needs.
At this point, you're thinking money. A bomb plant could go a long way. But winning this round, that's just coping.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take you out in like 20 minutes.
He needed the immediate kill there, and even if he gets it, OG were kind of staggered and ready
I'll take
to
you out in
trade.
20 minutes. Game cannot last any longer than that,
First
actually.
rifle round locked in. That is the first necessary
I'm calling it,
step
bro.
to
4:30
bring
is
this
like
back
around
if
the
you're
time
OG.
this map's
If you
gonna
fell
end.
down there, it felt like it was out of your hands, like you had nothing left to play with. But now they've got a bit of staying power.
Now, realistically, it should be done at like
Nice,
4:17.
You said it yourself. You're thinking about money in that situation there. Extra $800 just helps pad out this next buy for Complexity.
I'm gonna stick to that. 4:17 end game. End game time.
Whoops up, Hauser. You mentioned how he's been a little bit quiet in this game. Not really since Inferno we've seen Hausberg highlights. With the round that Cole are playing, he's not going to have many options.
Three immediately outside mid for Complexity. There was Keto who was applying some contention in cave, but they've backed up and have Fiku and him on site. Heavy God immediately dies to and Donut to JT, and Fiku finds a trade, or well, finds a frag at bottom ramp. And Keto and Regali are starting to rotate out towards A, but that's only after Nexus gets a 1-for-1 trade. Grim gets caught a little bit from Regali. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. They just were not expecting these push-outs. Okay, both teams are not ready for the push-outs either. And Regali's gonna probably get... No, never mind. Floppy finds a good molly, and just a good gap as molly is spreading to just push on to say and get bomb plant. Gives himself a little bit of contention, and Floppy is going to be the anchor for the site. Oh, no.
He's locked out of it. Grim, it's down to spam, it's down to chance, and it's just shy. Regali responds through that smoke.
It really had to be
OG
Floppy.
pick up another round. Now chaining together 2 in a row on this CT side. It's another round with a bomb plant for Complexity, so that's something at least.
He's just standing up because he just gets. He needs it.
Yeah, you are seeing those. I think Nexius had a way better Anubis. You are seeing those moments of indecision and maybe lack of experience on this young player at times. Like they're not sure which fight to take and whether to pull nades and second guessing it. He still gets a kill. Thank goodness, but young team here, or at least a green team, you know, not having the chance to play tier 1 CS. Even for Heavy God, who's touted to be the next big thing. What's your temperature check on Heavy God?
Hey, bro, he looks really legit. Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of goes without saying with some of the rounds he's given us across this series, and it feels like, you know, OG are more than aware of that as well. It's clear he's given a lot of room in this roster. He's not having any like crazy world-beating performance
2 rounds.
in terms of the numbers, but I think he always finds a great deal of impact Good nades in this round to soften up the B hit, and it's going to get swiftly shut down. Keto
Nice
and
recovery, honestly.
Lock Complexity out of the B site, and this is a one round the difference game now.
That was quick.
And so considering you came into the second half after Cole win the pistol and they start to stack up some early rounds, you're worried for OG. There's absolutely no denying it. They're feeling all the pressure, right? Like one misstep would have been enough to lose them this series. But they've held on throughout. And now they've closed that gap up to the point where, if you're Cole, you're not breaking through on the back of
Still
one
gets
round.
dinked.
Like
That's
really
insane on
help in that
Grim.
regard. 5 alive when all is said and done. So the fact that Complexity don't even make this one expensive is a big deal for OG. And their longevity and their staying power towards the end of the series.
It's a really crazy peak on Grim,
Breathing room,
honestly.
more resources. More problems for Complexity that maybe TC will have to solve here in this timeout. This game is right there for the taking for OG. One of the closer opening matchups, right? One of the more 50-50 games. Still had Cole as heavy, not heavy, but notable favorites.
Ow.
The comparable game would be like a game
Oh,
lead
it's so
to a
tight.
big,
Ow. Okay.
which will be played
This one hurts.
tomorrow.
That one hurt. 9-8 going into an actual buy round for this Complexity side. I mean, they kind of got dropped in the round before. They did have a buy round, yeah. Yeah, the second or third round, I mean. And Unleash finds an opening in the smoke and is able to push out, find Nexus, who is not ready for it at all. Heavy God is going to apply a bit more pressure and keep his presence high, but oh no, the smoke misses. That was supposed to be a front donut smoke just to apply a little bit of pressure, but now there's nothing. Heavy God is going to double up with Regali here, and they're going to just have a feast. Now you have Keto for the third.
By the double donut hold, and so in spite of that early advantage where they're set up 5v4, that decision to kind of blast their way out through A, they go running into a heavy donut setup. And there's no smoke down to block it off. There's no chance to change their mind. They are dedicated once they get that deep into the site. I kind of just want to see Complexity go a lot slower.
Yeah.
The pace just feels off. They feel like these faster rounds are the way to break through, but they're not right now. They're not.
I hear the
And
argument.
oftentimes, wherever you see them in the first instance, that's where they're looking to end up. And so it's not really a guessing game for OG in terms of rotating these players over to the right side of the map. And I think to OG's credit, they've had good rotations to deal with these sorts of rounds.
3 slams.
Frustration starting to show as well. It's been a long day in the office for Complexity.
Oh, that's a tired eye rub right there.
Yeah, they just want to end this right now,
and I think that's where the pace comes from, if I'm honest. Like, it feels like they just want to get this game over and done with.
That eagerness might be their undoing. Another rush through mid, like.
Yeah, but you have.
At the end of the day, when's that gonna work?
Exactly, it's an eco. You're taking max money. You're gonna have buyout here. You take the 1 round loss actually now.
Closer.
And you can take it for contention. How much does... They didn't lose anybody for the last 2 rounds? I mean, they lost 1 person last round. No, they lost 2 people last round.
They have to
at
take
most.
the pace out of it because
No.
they're going into all the util, and
No, they only lost 1 person last round.
You can
So, yeah.
punish OG
6K,
with this
3K,
level of
5K,
conditioning. The fact
yeah.
that these rounds have been so fast means they're throwing a lot of their util early.
They're gonna
and
have
that's going to
ops
be brilliant
at
if
least
you slow the round down.
for the next 2
Then you
rounds.
have far less to worry about. Look at mid, right? It's just blanketed in util over towards B. It's blanketed in util. There's already a good deal burnt through from OG.
3 mollies used to be instantly. So yeah, it's all gone in an instant, immediate.
And Nexus is going to give himself some backup space. Heavy God is just maintaining this bottom mid control.
Good spam. I mean, just more like it.
Yeah, this is that momentum break.
I mean,
This
now
is
they're going to
them
double
now
up, and
trying to change the
Floppy's
pace of
tied
these
down to
rounds.
half already. He might actually just get spammed here.
Watch out, Floppy's in a very dangerous position.
Oh, they look so much better for it. They've got 1 smoke and 1 Molotov left on OG.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what
Floppy's able to find the spam instead.
B player gone.
They smoke Red Room and a failed donut smoke. So Regali has all the information that he needs. I don't think he's peeking right now.
They're rotating a third. They've read it. They feel like this is inevitable. They know a lot of players started here, and with a kill offered up, this is the obvious conclusion. Can OG stop them in their tracks?
I mean, we've seen these B-side plays get shut down by OG a couple of times now.
JT finally finds 2, thank you.
Beautiful double from JT as he wrestles with the AK back in cave. He's done enough here.
Yeah.
And they're going to save the op and A1S so at least they can save some more money.
I'm even surprised Keto full saves and doesn't like go for a bit of damage. Obviously, he can't see the exact finances, but you know Cole haven't been winning any rounds. They haven't got anything, so a couple of kills could break them later at 12-11. But on the flip side, OG have everything, so they're going to group up. They're going to get hunted a little bit.
I love, you know, I think it's kind of obvious that Cole are a little tired after the travel, and fair enough. But I like that they've stopped. You know, they had that forethought to kind of stop going through the motions of like just trying to rush this game over the finish line. They've at least cooled that off while there's still time left to win the game, and I think that takes a good deal of.
Oh, he just did the follow through spam. That works.
Because if you're Complexity, you're also feeling like we're just better. Like that, we're the better team.
We should be able to win this just by kind of running at them.
Yeah. You don't want to give your opponent too much respect, but there is a point where it stops working in Complexity. They cool off. They get a nice B hit. That double spray for JT, I don't know what that looked like, but he never stopped shooting, and he gets both kills in cave.
My boy was talking about that, about follow through spam, and how you can just keep holding the spray, because it'll literally just follow.
And, you know, even this now, like, this starts the mind game, because suddenly, you know, one of the things we were highlighting there is, like, at least over the course of those 5 rounds, where they were very, very fast, you'd conditioned OG to use a lot of their util early to punish rushes. Well, now you just got dealt a slower round. You didn't have the util when you needed it to try and suck the momentum out of that B play. And so this is where the mind games start,
So what
right?
you're saying is Complexity should rush?
They certainly actually could make a case for it.
I hope they don't.
I hope they don't too.
Yeah.
I think, you know, give yourself one more round.
I think OG won't drop 5 mollies in the first 10 seconds, but I'd still like that lane and ramp molly and just a bit of pressure so Cole can't get too comfortable.
No, instead it's going to be 4 mollies.
3 mollies down, insta, there's a 4th. Regali and Keto, hello! Cole do rush.
And find nothing.
To their own demise. Ooh,
oh, Floppy.
Gun out, Floppy, they're right here. And Fiku's waiting for support. Regali's got the orb train down ramp. There's not a lot of room here.
Oh, Regali got the Halzer pick, and then there was just 2 immediate eliminations for Keto.
There's only room for 1 against Heroic. 21 rounds deep into the 3rd map. OG looking to emerge victorious.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really good case made from Keto there and his read of the game, right? Like, he still calls for that same barrage of util to come out. He anticipates something a lot faster there, a kind of return to the pace. He has a good read of this game right now.
Yeah, I think, it's been the biggest takeaway.
Yeah.
God, having great mechanics.
I think it's also as soon as that buy round stuff, you know, like we're talking about, was this round 15? It just became like a whole different momentum change in terms of like this T side didn't really have anything else except for aggressive plays. You see the round prior that they have something going on in terms of like, okay, we got a full buy round going, we're gonna slow it down, we don't care. Like we'll allow them to come back up because we are confident once we have full util and a full buy that we're able to win.
Very passive in middle. Just jump spotting for Nexius, getting that info. Good damage from Floppy.
Nice change up for him.
No way to finish
OG this round though.
2 smokes.
Not even that Dink has like pulled out the util yet, right? Like, it's still super measured.
Do a red room smoke, but Regali's still holding with the op in short. Or in donut. Fiku's low, but he has 2 more other players on this B site that are gonna be able to assist him.
Let's play a pass. Oh, and he does take the damage. Now at least they know Elish is on the back line. A re-aggro on
Floppy
the ramp,
does get a
and
1-for-1,
Nexus
but
gets
now
out,
there's two
battered
really
and
low
bruised.
players on
Gali
this
wants to finish off the
OG
player
side,
in
and
middle.
if they get
Elish is crossed.
loud,
He looks to come
it
back
just
for
gives
the
them more
kill.
opportunity. Elish, oh,
Gali gets that spot again.
this is like a
Gonna keep
millisecond time.
Nexus
No,
trapped in
never mind.
red,
3-on-3
but Gali
situation,
frees it
or
up,
3-on-4
and he can go
situation.
back
My
to B where
apologies.
this hit is ending.
Next is going to play back B just for the sound information. And as soon as that smoke goes down, you see Fiku rotating, Gali's going to rotate, Heavy God's going to rotate, they're going to commit into this B hit. Wow, Nexus just gets a perfect spam on Grim. Not much you can do there. And they're going to push on him?
They try to plug in the numbers now, but there's more nades raining on in. Alzerk is dead. Wrecked by the util in his dying breath. He gets the bomb down, but that means JT is going to 1v4, and he tries his damnedest, but it's not enough to
That
take
would have
the
been nice.
round. And so the mind games between these IGLs, the battle of the brains here is being won out by Keto and the boys. OG, 1 round away from eliminating Complexity.
Yeah.
One round.
2 NA teams, or 2 Americas teams, removed immediately here in the showdown.
Not just in the showdown, in the first matchup of the showdown. Like,
Play to go down ramp to aggro that deep, then to play retake, and to have 2 mollies, 2 HEs for the bomb. And even though JT starts cooking in a clutch, as he often does, the smoke spam for Heavy God denies it. And OG
what happened to Liquid?
Here.
Were they also...
1 more round.
No, they beat Spirit. But this was...
Head strapped on.
Yeah, Zontic, or this was Halley and Baz that were in replacement.
This series is putting on a show.
Then we beat Game Revolution, which was a kind of fortunate win.
I mean, yeah, you've got a
We lost the phase.
Well, Lambert and Keto are cooking on the OG side, and I wonder, are they now expecting a pace change again, right?
Yeah.
And then Liquid qualified.
I think they're going to want to take map control. I feel like this is now where they try to do that, like, big drive to the finish line.
Down ramp
Yeah,
no,
not gonna sit on their laurels and wait for Complexity to bring the fight
they
to
lost
them.
in the single elimination bracket, so that they immediately dropped into Spring Showdown.
2 players there, maybe we have a bit of A-main aggression, and we do. That's the order of
fucking
the day.
hell. And then they immediately
Aggressing up
dropped
through
to South
A-main,
this
while the
morning.
util is brought over towards that B site to try and slow down the push, and they've pieced this one together. Elige holding on from the bottom of mid. He's got to win
I
this
thought it
one.
was
He
yesterday.
can't
I didn't
afford to
realize.
be
I
gone.
woke
And
up
he's
to
missed this
literally
fight.
watch
His
NA
teammates
lose,
come through
and
now.
I'm
Elige dead in the
in
meantime.
mid-afternoon
Fiku
watching
holds
NA
it down
lose.
with a double. It
Wait,
might be
what?
the end of the line
What?
for Complexity. Alzerk with the response, but it's left to Grim. 1v2, and they're hard as heels. They're closing in.
17 bullets.
The map is shrinking second by second, and Grim is locked in a cage here. Cole's chances of ever getting near London rest on the shoulders of Grim in a 1v2. It's planted for him. That was the chance. That was the opportunity. And he won't win it the second time around. It's Heavy God to lock in the win. OG. And they look fantastic while they do it. A battle of brains and brawn across the series. Some fantastic moments. And Heavy God is showing that he is legit as hell.
Fuck.
Well, they've done it. They've completed the complete upset. It wasn't just Anubis, it was all 3 maps. OG eliminate Complexity for content. It wasn't just Anubis, it was all 3 maps. OG eliminate Complexity for moving
he's
to the
got his mama
quarterfinals
there.
against Heroic. They take down Cole 13-10 on Ancient. And that's the series. That's the series all wrapped up.
Yeah, it's a disappointing result for NA, especially you, right? Both seeing Liquid and Complexity going home at one single player.
Why am I always like the main loser when the Americas team lose? I'm always the target.
I have my Danes, right? Astralis, we don't even talk about them at this tournament, so they're not major either. Complexity can at least be safe and know that they're going to one of the most important events in the next couple of weeks. On the other side, a really good victory from OG, who's finally been looking for a little bit of momentum in this era of Counter-Strike where they've never really found their footing.
So what does
Look
Liquid
at that
have
CT side,
coming
man.
up?
4 defuses, 4 retakes, but just dominant. After the pistol in second round, Complexity couldn't get anything going. OG just clamping down. Heavy God has another good map, top fragging for his team. Regali
Literally
was
nothing.
solid as well. I know I heard Harry and Hugo praising the calling out of Keto throughout that third map as well for the T sides today. They came in today and everything just seemed to be clicking a lot better. That time off did something for him, something
even
good.
The crazy part is that we talked about we needed Leash and Grim, and we got those on last map. They played well, but it still wasn't enough to win a game against OG, and that's impressive. But it's been looking like that the team of OG has finally found a little bit of a base level, what we're expecting out of a team who's now had a couple of months together. But it's really good to see, and maybe Keto actually almost starting to live up to that expectation of an in-game leader. He's never really been that type in my mind, but over time you can almost become anything, right?
Yeah,
nah, Keto really showed out today.
When he was in
That's
Big,
a
bouncing
very good
between the main
performance from
lineup
Keto.
and the academy team as well, and mentioned his time as like leading the academy team did him really good when he came back as not as an in-game leader at the top level, and I think eventually all those lessons kind of coalesce and all those experiences kind of come together. And yeah, look, that would be something really special. That'd be great for Keto individually for his career if he could become an effective in-game leader, and it'd obviously be great for OG if he was able to actually continue to develop that skill set and be a solid in-game leader for this team moving forward.
I'm not watching this
Let's
last
not get too
match,
far ahead of
though.
ourselves. This is
Fuck
one
outta here.
series victory, but obviously, compared to where we've seen them at previously, we take the positives away.
I mean, it's a good observation, right? The entry level of being an average rifler nowadays is so high, and I think Keto kind of was on the bottom level of that and realized, hey, the most next natural step in me in order to play professional Counter-Strike would be to move to the IGL role. I've played my individual good games, now I need to take a little bit more responsibility on the side of leading things, and I think he's done that in this game. It's also going to be really interesting to see how he's going to work together with the coach now that it's a new one coming in. And